Reagan was president, he was. I'm telling you, if a Chihuahua takes me out, I'm not sure I'm cut out for kids. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Benjamin, for sharing the baby love this morning. That was great. You guys go grab your coffee and whatever else you need to make it a great day. We'll be starting in just a little bit. And hey, my proctors and monitors, how y'all looking on check-in? Everybody getting in?
I have everyone in for Harlingen.
Awesome.
Harbor looks good.
You be.
Okay. South Padre is good too.
Weatherford's good too.
No.
Metro Tex is just waiting on a few.
Okay. All right. We're still good. We're not in bad shape at all here.
Does Metro Tex know when they're going to have the class 1 scheduled for January on their side?
Let me get with my team. We're going to have a meeting, but I believe so that we're going to have it on the schedule. But let me double check and then I'll get back with you.
Okay, thank you.
And the dates I've scheduled through Texas Realtors are January 14, 15, 21, and 22. So that ideally might be what Metro Tex ends up, joining is that broadcast.
That's what I'm assuming. Right now it's showing up on South Padre and I think New Bronzeville, but not for Metro Tex yet. So
yeah, look, we're a really, really, really huge association. They got a lot of considerations, but yeah, they that's the one I'll be doing through TR. So
cool. Plan to be there. So
yeah. Thank you. Woohoo. Definitely want to get you in, but definitely want to get you in order. I want to be in my hoodie like Amy. I want my hoodie on. I love a hoodie. Let me put I gotta still show love to my peeps this morning. Bam. Okay, got that update. Thank you very much. All right, it looks like it's time for us to kind of get going. And Gerald, the answer that I have for your question is in the chat, my friend. Good question as usual. My answer might not quite be what you were looking for, but it's my honest answer about how I would have handled that. I wouldn't have done the measuring myself. I would have gotten a set of as-built or structural or architectural labeled drawings to get those figures from a professional who knows how to do those measurements. So, hey guys, wrap up your calls and whatnot and final emails. I do understand how difficult it is to kind of be trapped up for 3 straight days. And I also, let me just double check with everyone that I can see. Are the additional breaks helping? For some people, I've gotten great feedback, but are they helping you all at least get your work done? Since this is such a rigorous, class schedule. I know it's a little bit more than usual, but I just feel like you guys need some of your time back. Okay. And I got your message, Anna. Thank you very much. Awesome. So we'll kind of keep doing that, guys. We'll just kind of push through, and anytime we start wrapping up early, we'll just continue with those breaks so you can get through your work. And then of course Thursday you're on your own. So let's keep going. But again, just verbally recognizing our veterans and their families. So if those are any of you in the room, thank you for doing something I'm not brave enough to do. I'm brave enough to do this, but I am not brave enough to do that. So for any of you who are from military families who actually have served, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And some love in the chat from some of your classmates as well. All right, so let me get you back up on the screen. There's a whole bunch of stuff, as usual, we get to skip over because, well, we know each other up in here. And I'm going to go ahead and skip over all that good stuff and kind of get straight into what we're doing today. You guys, I don't need to read these to you. I'm just going to flash them up on the screen. We've all done fantastically with all of this. Just really enjoying all of you this week. And I want to thank all of the co-teachers in the room, which is pretty much every single one of you. All of you have had something really great to say, to add, to contribute, because as we all have figured out, none of us are experts in the one thing and in everything, but lots of us are good at one thing. So thank you everybody for being a co-teacher today. No one has broken any regulations, so no need to drive that one home anymore. And then we're going to skip over all of these things because you just don't need to see it. As a reminder, our exam is going to be on Friday. So this is the last day, just before exam day. You get a day to review your own notes at home, and then we're going to do it on Friday at the end of the day. For those of you for whom this is your first section, since you don't have the experience of having taken the exam, let me give you a shortcut and let you know how this is going to go. The class, I believe, has voted, and I think you guys still want to do it this way, is that we will take a break at 3 o'clock, do exam review, go straight into the exam. No gap between review and exam. It's like we'll talk about it and go straight into it. So it seems that people retain a little better. and you have 90 minutes to take the exam. It is multiple choice. Make sure, and I can't express this enough because I've seen it happen and people get disappointed and they get angry. But if we cannot see your face during the exam, you'll be dismissed. And you need to go find today, Friday during break, whenever, Thursday, a second device. What we've discovered is that if you have an Apple product that you're on right now, and when you get the exam and click the link to take the exam, then your screen goes black on our end and we can't see you. And if we can't see you, then we can't let you stay online to take the test. So go snag one of your teenagers' cell phones or something so we can literally see you as the exam is being taken. That's a TREC regulation. We have to verify that you're taking it and not someone else. So please don't question it. Go find yourself a second device so that we can see you if you're not sure if your device is going to black out your screen. Other than that, again, oh, Vicki, I got you. Other than that, it's multiple choice. It is 60 questions and you need to pass by at least 70%. And no, they will not tell you which ones you got right and which ones you got wrong, unfortunately. I wish they did, but they don't. And I know it's obvious. It'd be helpful if you did, but they don't. And let me just, who am I getting in? Proctor Arbor. Let me get you in here. Gotcha, Vicki. You are now co-hosted, my friend. All right. So anybody who has never had this exam have any questions that we can answer for you about the exam? Looking in the chat, just glancing around the room. Looks like everybody's okay. Awesome stuff. Okay, looks like, and let me just go to the second screen. It looks like everyone's good on that. Awesome. So again, we'll just at 3 o'clock, I think we'll wrap up what we're doing, take a break, go into exam review, straight into the exam. The other things are this. Once everyone gets started with the exam, no more chatter, please. It doesn't even matter if you need to say, hey, I don't have my link. We don't want to hear you say that. Put it in the chat. Everyone will be able to hear you and you'll be disturbing people taking their exams. So me and all of the proctors will be watching the chat screen to see who's having trouble getting their links, getting it open, et cetera, et cetera. But don't just, hey, I can't see mine, because at least 50 other people will be in exam mode. So again, hit us in the chat, call your proctor directly, but try not to disturb the room. Last but not least, when the exam is done, wave by, put a note in the chat, click out, you're gone. You don't have to hang out with us for the rest of the day. That's about it. I'll hang out till you're done. But when you are done, you just pop off and go on and have a great day. Don't forget to check your email in about maybe 2 to 3 days, which will be maybe Wednesday next week. You should have a note in there that says you passed or you didn't, but I'm betting all of you are going to pass. And then you'll need to follow the directions, download your certificate, send that over to TREC, and that will be how you get your credits. It will not be automatically reported for you. And with that said, let's go. It's time for exam review. Joe Eccles, last time you weren't so quick on the draw, so I'm giving you a heads up. I'm about to show you the exam. You ready, Joe? You got that camera? Here it goes. Woo! All right, you missed it. Now let me get this thing out, guys. Let's go through a little exam review. I think you guys are going to do great, great, great on Friday. Put all that down. And thanks for my emails and feedback and all that great stuff too. I've been getting a lot of good stuff from everyone, so I appreciate it. So we can just keep making it better and better over the next few years. All right, so let me go back to yesterday. Go back to yesterday, and then we'll get back to Monday. What free government website can we go to for demographic data? You can either lip sync it. I think I can read your lips. I think. Census.gov, absolutely. You guys are faster typists than I give you credit for. Let's see. Physical characteristics of a property include all of these except what? Now let me not do that to you. That's going to be a really, really janky way of phrasing the question. I'll ask it this way. Give me a yes or no if this is a physical characteristic of a property. Give me a yes or no if it's a physical characteristic of a property. Design, It is. It is a physical characteristic. What about total square feet? Is that a physical characteristic of the property? Yes, it is. How about age? Is that a physical characteristic of the property? Yes, it is. And how about quality of construction? Absolutely. It's going to be a weirdly phrased question when you see it, but those are all physical characteristics of a property. Let's see. When you're doing property comparisons, which of these things don't need to be considered? Let's see. Economic characteristics of the property, the location of the property, the type of financing in place, or the ownership structure. Which one of these things do not need to be included when you're doing comparisons of properties? Yeah, ownership structure. There you go. See a few of you got it. Awesome. All right, let's see. Employment trends are important to people who are buying which of these property types? You can just yes or no this one. Are they important to people who are buying retail structures? Absolutely, yes. Are they important to people who are buying multifamily? Absolutely. What about folks who are purchasing office and industrial? Absolutely. All of those depend on some employment trend information. Let's see. These questions again are out of order. Drives me nuts. All right, let's see. If a building is built on leased land and it's close to the end of the leasing period, what can agents expect to see when they view the property? And this again is we're talking about land leases, and we built to suit, and you know those are very lengthy lease terms. So we're at the end of this really long term. What can we expect to see? Can we expect to see lack of recent upgrades, an outdated old school appearance, maybe a lack of maintenance, or all of the above? Absolutely. It's okay for you to say all of the above this time. Let's see, tell me which is true of this statement. All cities in Texas must adopt local zoning ordinances always as mandated by the state, never at their sole discretion, or cities don't have jurisdiction over zoning anyway. Which one of those? At their sole discretion, absolutely. Feasibility analysis. Which of these things might be included in one? The cost for construction, the cost of the loans, anticipated expenses from option period to lease up, or expected selling price at reversion, or all of the above. Which of these things might be factored in? All of them. And don't forget, we build massive buildings that yield over $1 million a year for $90,000. Deal with it. I'm just teasing. We build them cheap around here, y'all. All right, certificate of occupancy. Let's see, when is it issued for a building or for tenant spaces? Is it after lease up? Is it immediately following completion of construction? Or, and I'm not sure I'm a fan of this question, once the building and individual raw tenant space has been completed and is deemed to have been substantially completed in compliance with its approved plan? Which one of those is the one? Yeah, C, the really, really, really long answer. Really long. Let's see. Let's see. Many times, developers are going to take on equity partners to share in the cost of developing the property. So what's going to be true about that equity partner? This is the one where you got to just read slow. So I'm going to try to read slow for you. Is it true that developers are the last to be paid? That equity partners and commercial lenders get paid before the developer? Is it that equity partners are always subordinate to A&D lenders as well as mini perm lenders? Is it true that equity partners are paid before the mini perm lenders? Is it true that equity partners are paid before the A&D lenders in case of default by the developer? It's a whole lot of information in this question. This was a two-parter, and I will tell you, you got to read carefully, but there is a choice for two of these to be correct. So equity partners are always subordinate to the lenders, and developers are the last to be paid. Those are the true statements, and we saw those in class as well. So for those of you who wanted to say A and B, those were both true. Now, mind you, those aren't the alphabets that correlate with this exam, so don't go memorizing alphabets. I'm not ever giving you this the way it appears on your exam. I know, Sandy, right? It was a lot. So again, it says developers will take on equity partners to share in the cost of developing a property. And so the question wants to know what's true about that equity partner. And it says that developers are last to be paid. Equity partners and lenders are paid before that developer. And that turns out to be true. And then equity partners are always subordinate to A&D lenders and mini perm lenders. Those are the two parts that happen to be true. Things that aren't true are that equity partners are paid before lenders. And that's not how it's written, but that's the heart of what's written. And that equity partners are paid before mini perm lenders in case of default by the developer. That has like nothing to do with how people are paid here. So you've got a two-parter there where developers are paid last and equity partners are paid after the lenders. Those are the heart of what you'll need to keep in mind. What type of loan would a developer seek to acquire the land and develop the structure? I know, right? I can read Joe's lips, right? A&D, an acquisition and development loan. The answer is actually in the question itself. You want to acquire the land and develop the infrastructure. That is an acquisition and development loan. Let's see. What real estate value concept weighs heavily in determining whether a planned or even an existing development can achieve, and here's the key phrase here, maximum value to the investor? Is it the concept of DCF, time value of money, feasibility, or there you go, Raymond hit it, Sandy hit it, highest and best use? Absolutely. Again, this is asking for maximum value to the investor. That would be highest and best use. Excuse me here. There's a question I'm skipping intentionally because it's a part of the quiz in the front of your book. So we'll be able to see that shortly. And then let's see. When determining the effective rental rate for a building, and we're just looking at the average for monthly rent, what does that not take into consideration? If we're just looking at averages, it's leaving something out. And yes, it is, unless it's an old, time value of money. Time value of money. It's leaving out time value. We're just counting them up and averaging them out. What is considered a rent abatement? Would a reduction in base rent be a rent abatement? Would a moving expense allowance be considered an abatement? Would tenant improvements paid by the tenant be considered a rent abatement? Or maybe just a couple of those things? And if so, which two things might be considered abatements? And when we come back from break, it's already that time, my friends. When we come back, we're going to still hit some more review, just a little bit more. But believe it or not, we're already there. So I'll see you back here about 7 minutes after the hour. You know what? Make it 10 minutes after the hour. Get your morning phone calls in 10 minutes after the hour. Hey, Kenny, where you at, sweetie? It's not as good. Kenny, what you see, sweetie? Hmm? Who is that? Hmm? Okay.
City of El Paso alone seeing more cases than at least a dozen other states, with about 8% of its population now infected. And Illinois is also dealing with its worst surge of COVID cases, according to the governor. Today, it's rolling out new restrictions in its hardest hit areas, and that's where we find Adrian brought us.
We've got about 5 minutes left, about 5 minutes left. See you guys real soon. We are at our 2-minute warning, 2 minutes, and we'll be right back in session. All right, I think it's time. I think it's time. Hope you guys got a chance to get some morning calls in, get a little work done. And let's keep going with a little bit of review. I'll try not to let too much slip this time. Here we go. So which of the following things I'm going to say is true about commercial real estate leases? That they must be for a period longer than a year, and they also need to be in writing in order to be enforceable. They have to always be in writing. TREC requires them to be greater than a year, or the statute of frauds is always applicable. Which one of those is true? Benjamin is on it. Absolutely. It's the first thing I said, which is they must be for at least 1 year and in greater than a year and in writing to be enforceable. Absolutely. Let's see. A single net lease has 2 parts to it. What are those 2 parts? Single net lease, there we go. Base rent as well as a share of taxes. Property taxes, absolutely. Let's see. What is in a triple net lease? What parts are in a triple net lease? All 4 parts in a triple net lease. I'm just throwing you for a loop with the 4th part. The 4th would be the base rent, but absolutely. Your CAM, your taxes, your insurance, and of course your base rent would be that 4th part there. But it's definitely your common area maintenance, your taxes, and your insurance. And those common area maintenance fees, also nicknamed your CAM fees, have another name. What is that other name? Pass through, absolutely. John, I'm glad you typed it that way. I like to see through spelled THRU. I know it's not right, but I like it. Let's see. Let's try this calculation. Let's say we've got CAM expenses at $100,000 and someone occupies 15% of the building. What is their share of the CAM fees for the month? For a month. 15% of the building and $100,000 in expenses. What are their fees for the month? And yes, $1,250. You got it. And boop, 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 boop. We haven't covered that yet. Expansion rights. Expansion rights are associated with what? What do we usually think of when we think about expanding? Right, our first right of refusal there. I want dibs on that so I can grow. First right of refusal. Who are the parties negotiating sublet agreements? Not necessarily approving them, but negotiating them. The tenant and the third party, exactly. Tenant and the prospective subletter. Well, you guys are almost done with that. Let me see. We haven't covered it yet. Commission rates. What's true about commission? I should ask you, what word do we not use when we talk about commission? What word do we stay away from? There you go. It's not fixed. It ain't standard. Absolutely. Leasing commission rates and structures will vary. Definitely, they'll vary. And that's something for you to negotiate. And I think for the most part, you guys, you've got this under control. You all are ready to go. So let's hit section number 3 and make it a great day up and through here. Again, breaks coming your way. Breaks aplenty coming your way today. So let me get you back up on the screen, or at least back up to the PowerPoint. And I'm going to be going back and forth today between a couple of different PowerPoint presentations, not just the one that was created for this class. So we've got a couple of things for you to see today. Lots of things for you to see, really. So we're in day 3 of 4, not 2 of 4. I don't know why that's still up there, but we're looking at asset management today. So what you're going to get in addition to what you see is you're going to get a little bit of a sneak peek of the actual Property Management 101 Apartments Not Included course that's available. So that way, if you determine that you want to know more, there's a 4-hour class where those concepts are deeply looked at. I mean, we go into it in a lot of detail. So some of that will be teased throughout the day. We're going to talk a whole bunch about verifying a lot of data for your client. And I mean, a lot of data verification, kind of like what Gerald was asking about earlier. The big question is, how are you going to verify it? And what will you just not do at all? Of course, because all of us have revealed that we've got special training in special areas. I don't do farm and ranch, but we've got a wonderful colleague in the room who does. So we're going to need to keep sharing our unique experiences. We've got folks in Dallas. I'm nowhere near the area. So definitely keep sharing. And then we're going to look at some odd but true scenarios in our business, things that, I never thought I'd see, but hey, sure enough, they come up and you might as well not learn the hard way like I did. I might as well let you off the hook a little early. So we're going to look at some real odd stuff in the business. For now, we're again on day 3. Our learning objectives are to make sure we're working with buyers and sellers that we collect data and get copies of recorded documents when we can. We might get a little help with the floodplain information, and we've got some flood explanations in place for you today. Trust me, we need to explain floodplains today. Some zoning compliance information. I've got some zoning nightmare information to share as well. Property measurements. We did talk briefly about that even in the chat with Gerald, and identifying some building mechanical systems. And that happens to be a favorite subject of mine, but I won't linger too long on mechanics. Not everybody cares about the escalators. That's just me. But if you need to email me or text me, at least my text number, my cell phone number is right there at the bottom as always. 832-768-1711. Some of you have already been using it through the classes. So if you want to text me instead of say something out loud, you can. So let's go through the quickie little quiz that might be on page, I don't know, at this point, 24, 25 of your book. I'm not really sure, but camp fees again are considered what kind of expense? You all have seen this question already, but it is in your book. Thank you. Pass-throughs, exactly. What is a method for determining CAM fees? Which one is a method for determining CAM fees? A and B is correct. Absolutely. A and B is correct. A and B are correct. I hate when I'm grammatically off base. 3, rental rates are determined by what? Let me see in the chat. They are determined by market rental rate comps. CPI is a method that we use using the Consumer Price Index to determine expense reimbursements to the landlord. So it would not have been C. Pro rata share of the property is just your share of the bill, the landlord's expenses. So it's the market rental rate comp. So what we're looking at to kind of determine where our rental rates might be. We're looking at comparable properties. And then pad sites, out parcels, they use different names, are typically associated with what type of property? And this is an exam question, by the way, that happens to be in the book. I didn't cover it, but you should kind of be able to guess this one. Absolutely. It's associated with QSRs, quick service restaurants. Guys, remember this one. This is an exam question that happens to have made it into your book as a quiz question. QSRs, quick service restaurants. Basically, your fast food chains. So there you go. That should be in your book there. Skipping over that, we already did our exam review and you already had your cup of coffee, so we can move on through the day. Due diligence. We're going to be looking at all kinds of public records, construction, building systems, all kinds of what I consider odds and ends throughout the day. So there's going to be, just so that you know, a whole bunch of jumping around again today. This is not going to kind of follow any stream of consciousness. We're going to go around the world today. So for the sake of where we are right now, we're looking at data collection. And of course, for us to do our jobs, we're supposed to help with comprehensive property analysis, and we have to help them collect data, them being our clients. So we're supposed to be aware of the requirement of fundamentally understanding a lot of characteristics of the properties you represent. Now listen, that's not an easy job. I'm going to tell you now, you don't learn property until you're on it, in it, above it, running through it, up underneath it. There's just no way to do that. I would recommend strongly that you all go meet a property manager and ask them if they would mind letting you, with them, run through your building. Hey, Candace, by the way, I've got to renumber everything. I give up. They changed your book based on all the corrections I gave them. And so everything's off base, and they didn't share that with me prior to class. So the good news is that massive list of corrections I made, suggested, okay, they made them to the book, but they just didn't tell me. So every page number is totally wrong here. But like I said, the good news is they are correcting the book. And again, y'all catching these extra mistakes and stuff, thank you, because it has been tough to edit 3 thick books. No, thank you, Candace. I appreciate it. But I'm letting you know now, it ain't happening for the rest of the day. Those numbers are gone. So sorry about that. But again, y'all keep letting me know about the corrections because I've made notes of all of them, and we'll get it in for the next round. But with all that said, let someone walk you through a building. Find a property manager if you can, and see if they'll let you see the systems of a building. You want to go into mechanical rooms. You want to go into phone rooms. Some of the buildings I used to manage have areas underground where water tanks are storing the fluid that goes into the riser systems. With the sprinklers, there's all kinds of stuff to see. So if you ever can, buddy up to somebody who's a property manager so you can get familiar with these buildings. Does anybody know any property managers? Does anybody know any, like, working now? You do, Lucy? You too, Matthew? Do you think they would let you run through a building? Okay, Lucy, Lucy first and then Matthew. What kind of properties do your friends manage? Are we medical? What are they doing?
It's office, they have a variety of different businesses in their building. So,
If I was you, if you're going to pursue, especially assistance with development or renovation, ask them to, again, to let you in phone rooms, the air handler rooms, so you can say HVAC systems. Ask them to let you see where the chiller is located. Cooling towers are located if you can. There's so many things to look at, but see if they'll let you look at the building systems, even if the engineer has to be the one to run you through.
mhm.
When people get to talking, at least it won't be foreign. Love property management. Matthew, what about your clients? What kind of buildings are your friends? What are they managing?
Multifamilies,
Multifamily, awesome stuff. Now,
office.
apartments?
Yeah, that's why, I recommend some of us here taking this course, if they're interested to, you know, to know the property managers, or they want to jump into the property manager business, uh, attend some IREM local chapter events. That's what I said yesterday. Get
Yeah,
to
and
know the
there's
people.
all kind,
They know
absolutely.
the numbers. They know everything behind the property.
Absolutely, including how to shut it down, y'all. If you let me look
Yeah,
at property, I will turn off everything from your power to your water to your gas. I'm not lying to you. I can shut a building down in a heartbeat. And
they know a lot of
what the
details
heck
about the
happened?
property. Everything,
Huh?
everything.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can, and you're
there's a lot of
supposed to
things.
know.
Yeah, there are a lot of things we couldn't find out as an agent, but as a property manager, they know the tenant, they know the owner, so they know both side everything. So
Yeah. There's again, yeah, and thank you, because there's IREM, there's BOMA, there's ICSC if you're doing malls. There's a whole bunch of organizations for different types of property management, but definitely get into something and get to know us. Even if you're not going to manage property, getting to know us helps you understand a property. So definitely get to be friends with PMs, because they will definitely be able to help you through. But like I said, I'm going to show you some stuff later today that should help answer some questions about what. So there you go. But get to befriend some people. I know somebody will ask where we are in the book. You know what? Now, since my buddy is helping me out, if you want to put the correct page number up every time I got the wrong number on the screen, that would be helpful if you want to share that. And by the way, someone says it sounds dangerous and it sounds scary. Carolyn, it is dangerous. There's no getting around that. I'm going to let you guys know this now. Property management's no joke. I'd mentioned earlier, maybe a few days ago, and it might have been in my, you know what, forgive me. I think it was in my property management class, where I tell people there are certain places I won't let you go. Let me look at my girl. Okay, Gail, even with the blouse you have on, I need you to put on a jacket and zip it up. My hair right now is too loose. Sharon, put it in a ponytail. Chris Parker, put it in a ponytail. There are certain things I wouldn't let you do. Ronnie, loving that you don't even have on a necktie. There are certain areas of my property I wouldn't let you into with anything hanging loose, including your hair, your clothes. I'm looking at Ruth, you got some string hanging from your blouse, tuck it in. And where I'm getting at is things like the elevator penthouse for traction elevators. And the large pulley system in there doesn't know you're a human being. So when your hair gets caught in it, Veronica, not to gross anyone out, that's your scalp. It's coming with the elevator. And there's no getting around it. Yeah, I know it was extra, Chris. Early on, it was extra, but it is dangerous. So I go to certain parts of my building, certain clothing elements I just won't wear that day. Again, I require neckties come off when certain people walk my property. If you're on a rooftop, you will not walk anywhere ahead of you, walk behind me. I don't need you hitting expansion joints with your shoes, crack parts of my roof, putting holes in it with your heels, stepping on gaskets, all kinds of stuff to know. But I got you. If you ever have a question about a building system, as you can tell, that's my strong suit. Again, we're going to be talking about building characteristics. And if you need help, stick with an expert, call a pro, even ask your board to present that class, they'll get it to you. So anyone else have any friends, colleagues, thoughts about seeing properties or any of your own experiences? Because rooftops are pretty dangerous and scary. Anybody think they want to get into property management? I'm looking for love in my side of the world. Anybody want to get in? Looking for love? Gail said no. Gail, I am hurt. She says no. It's a lot. And I will tell you this again, it's a lot of tenant management, people management, a lot of complaints if you don't do your job correct. You got to remember one thing. If you don't do it right, there are about 200 people in the building that will turn you in. That's all there is to it. If you don't do it right, 200 people will be willing to call and say she didn't. So this is one of the reasons why I am very easy to say, I've made a mistake, didn't get it right. Thanks for the help. No excuses. I am not an excuse kid. Right, Twani? No excuses. Life's easier when you don't make excuses. So here we go, guys. Back to what we're supposed to be learning today, which is all this data collection. So since buyers are going to conduct their due diligence in part by requesting lots of documents, and I mean lots of documents from the seller, they're going to need to start assembling relevant documents pretty early. It's going to be better for us to be ready to respond to buyer requests for information sooner and help facilitate that to smooth out that process. There are lists in some of our purchase contracts in Texas Realtors. Now listen, not everybody's working with the Texas Realtors contract, but I will say that the purchase contract, I want to say towards the front, has this list of stuff that the buyer is requiring of the seller. And that is a pretty decent master list to use when you say, hey, by the way, we need these documents. My recommendation, if you're working with the buyer, don't wait for your buyer to say, I need this, I need that, I need this, I need that. Go pull out that list and have it and get ready to ask the seller for these items immediately. You can even ask for them before a contract is on the table, because if the stuff in them doesn't work for your buyer, we're not even putting in an offer. We're good to go. There's also something, Matthew, and some of my experienced folks, Chandra, I'm guessing you're familiar with the OM. Have you all seen the OM before? Anybody want to describe what that is for our friends in the room?
It's an offering memorandum, and it's basically a very large informational packet regarding the property.
Exactly. Now, what I'm going to put in the chat right now, guys, if you will bear with me, is I'm going to put a couple sample OMs in the chat for you. Excuse me. And they are PDF documents. So you should be able to download them or save them, however it is your system will work with you, but you should be able to use these as templates or at least understand what you're looking for. So let me see if I can, there we go, get it in the right file, open, and there's sample documents. They're not mine, even though I have a couple of my own, but I can send you some samples so that you can either be familiar with what you're looking at or be prepared to make one for your seller because it's going to be needed. So let me put that in the chat for you now, if you'll bear with me. My folder, Guillory Group, 2015, and here we go. And where is my, you ever just lose your stuff? Here we go. Almost there. I want to put two of them in the chat and you should see them coming up any moment now. Sample offering memorandum number 1. And then there's also going to be a sample offering memorandum number 2. Now, these are from other companies that openly put these on the internet, which is why I'm sharing them. Since they were searchable on the internet, they were fair game for me. And so I went and borrowed these back in 2015, and I was studying them as templates for the ones that I now do. Does everyone see the 2 documents in the chat? Yeah, if you need samples to see what it is an offering memorandum is, that is a document that you can also ask for prior to asking for other information. A lot of what you're looking for when you're repping the buyer, should be in an offer memorandum coming from the seller. It's got the survey. It might have some profit and loss statements, maybe some balance sheets. There could be some cash flow information in there for you. There should definitely be some asset highlights. All the basic information about NOI should already be in there. Help you make a decision about whether we even want to move forward with the purchase offer. Cap rates should be in there, et cetera. So those are 2 samples that you can look at for different property types. Just want you to have those.
I'm sorry, Misha, I don't see it in my chat.
Uh-oh. Okay, let me ask anybody this. Who is that said that? Because I don't see your face. Who said it?
It's 20.
Hi, 20. What I'd like for you to do, if you don't see it, because I can't control how it comes through to you, email me after class, and I'd be happy to email you any docs you can't get in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
Some people get it, and I don't understand why some people don't, but you'll definitely want to see these documents, because asking for an OM early eliminates a whole lot of this for you guys. Just going to give you that little cheat right there. And that is something you'll ask for even before putting in an offer. Let me see this OM really quickly. So a lot of commercial properties are sold as is and with few, if any, representations or warranties about the condition of the property or the title, especially the title. Sometimes you're only getting a special warranty deed on these. So let's kind of skip ahead just a little bit, and we'll go back to the warranty deeds in a moment. But primary attributes that define a property are its location. That's key for everyone who ever needed property. I've got Cheyenne saying he's heard it called a package. And yeah, I put my confidentiality agreement in the front of my OMs. It's implied when you get it. Location is more than a place, though. It's defined by the real estate associated with it. It's not just about location, and that real estate can be bound by a set of restrictions, limitations, government requirements, all kinds of stuff, terms of a lease. So it's not just about the place. It is also about the data associated with it. And we've got all this stuff that we may need to be called upon to collect. We're going to have to learn to review all this stuff today. And this is going to be a massive list of stuff. You're going to ask yourself, do I really have to get involved in this? So one of the things you need to double check, and this is so true, the name of the owner and their title. Are we talking corporations? Are we talking individuals? You're going to verify you're talking to the right person. Legal description of the land. This is not just about a building. Someone mentioned it's not always about lot and block. It might be a meets and bounds things. I might be buying dirt that doesn't even have a physical address yet. And some dirt doesn't come with an actual address. You may be using GIS instead. So you need to verify where we're at. The type of deed on the property. What type of deed do we have? Assignment of leases. We talked about this yesterday, and other interests, meaning all those different rights and whatnot, and all kinds of stuff that can be going on. Interest, rights, restrictions, lease terms, if they're recorded, and that's if they're recorded. Deeds of trust and other security interests, and deeds of trust being your mortgage. In case some people aren't familiar with what types of deeds we have out there, there's not just the one kind of deed. We're talking deeds of trust. That's the thing that says I can snatch back this property if you don't pay this mortgage. Other recorded interest in the property. Who else has got a share of that bad boy? Plats, recorded easements, all kinds of stuff. So let's start with the first thing on the list. And the list is going to be pretty nasty lengthy, but we're going to get through it. Are you sure you're representing the real owners of the property? Has anyone ever discovered the person I'm talking to isn't the person I'm supposed to be talking to? Benjamin, how did that unfold for you and Stephen? I'd love to hear this. What happened?
It was actually residential, though, not commercial. Do you still want to hear it?
I do, because it's still
Okay.
key. What happened?
So basically, in a nutshell, it was a listing agreement, listing presentation, everything else. Title goes ahead and pulls up the document, and they were not the correct heirs.
Ooh, all right now. That's
Even though the CAD showed them as the owners when the title company asked for the airship and the probate, they were not the ones that actually got the house.
how'd they end up? Never mind.
I
No.
have no idea. The title company was perplexed. They figure somebody signed probably a quit claim deed or something funny. Basically, in a nutshell, it was just a dead deal, and yeah.
Whoa.
So evidently evidently one of the other siblings was supposed to get the house, but evidently they titled it to the other sibling or something weird. So
Someone's in trouble.
yeah.
Okay.
Luckily, it was my investor client, so he was like, "Screw it, just give him my money back. We're good."
That was good. At least you got the money back for it.
Yeah.
Amen. All right. Well, thank you. Title saves the day. And Stephen, what happened in your situation?
Son and father had the same name. Son was living in the house. We went a week before closing. Son signed all the documents and found out that the owner of the property was born in the 60s and he was born in the 80s. So anyway, we got it all fixed up. The dad was okay signing. He bought the house for the son, so it fixed itself. But same name, same last name, no middle initial, and almost closing the property with the wrong seller.
Oh, wow. Okay. And no middle initial, no middle name.
Mm.
Massive, crazy. Okay, let me see. Someone says in the chat, I had a seller tell me he represented his trust, but when it went to title, there were 5 people to sign at closing. They were from Monterey, and it was a nightmare because they can't cross the board. Right now, you're dealing with this now. Surprise codicil. Oh my God. You all have got some nightmares going on. Grant, what happened in your case?
So this is also residential, but it's a property that, man, this is so confusing. So the mother and father lived in the house. Dad died a while back. Mom died about 5-6 years ago. It was never probated. The will left it to the daughter. Then the brother, who is living in the property, produced a codicil that was signed about a week before mom died, saying that the part of the will that specifically excluded him from receiving property ownership had been changed to say he got 50% of it.
What?
And yeah,
Was it legit? Was it a real codicil?
I mean, they both signed. We got them both to sign, and we found an investor that was willing to take the house and all 3,000 Coke cans in the driveway and all the sinks in the backyard and all the other good stuff. So, hey, we're listing it. We're listing it this week. So if anyone wants to buy it, now it's rehabbed.
Do we get the aluminum for the recyclables? I'm just asking.
And let me tell you, that's smart. There were metals there. If you want to do scrap, there absolutely was some value out there, no doubt about it.
That is crazy. Anybody else with any nightmares? I see now. Thank you, because that means this is real. And it's crazy because there are people all over. What is that place where they put up fake rentals? They see our listings and then they go list our rentals. What is that site?
Craigslist.
Craigslist. I've been busted twice for that. And I shouldn't say busted, but I've been hit twice with it. And I had an attorney chase me down because she thought I was the one who took money and leased out a place. And I said, ma'am, with all due respect, the person living in there right now, here's the lease. And I said, who's your client and who they give their money to? It wasn't me. And it turns out that they went to Craigslist. And the attorney and I are now great friends. She's my attorney because that girl's a pit bull. But it is true that finding the real owner sometimes is key. So that's going to be something we all need to get real good at. And title companies are amazing for it. So if you have relationships with them early, that's very helpful. I hate to hear y'all got to the finish line on some of these things, but thank you for sharing the nightmare. Ugh. And I can't stand estates anymore. I used to do them all the time, but the sibling fighting, it's too much. Can't deal with it. How did you do that? How do you do that? In many cases, an individual might be granted a power of attorney. Sometimes you might need to look at records. Let me back up too, because this is referring something that came before it. Hold on. Boop. It says it's imperative, and I wanted to make sure y'all caught the turquoise. I kind of breezed past it, but wanted to make sure you caught that there was a test-related statement here. But it's really important for you guys to make sure you're dealing with the right people that have legal authority to manage the disposition. And so commercial ownership structures can be complicated because you might be dealing with multiple owners, ownership groups, etc. And then we get to the next slide. How do you do that? There might be this one person granted a written PO power of attorney, or they may hold trustee status. In the case of a corporation, a valid corporate resolution should show you who the individual is that has the right to act on behalf of that corporation. So you definitely need to ask the right questions, and don't be ashamed to do so. It's your job. Find out who's who. It's worse at the closing table. How do you do that? So skipping that, it's a duplicate slide. Don't leave lingering questions on the table. Try to get copies of documents as early as possible. And if you're not one of those people who, let me just say it this way, is brave enough to ask the question up front, I want you to consider how your attitude changes when you get to the finish line of a transaction and you're sitting at the closing table and you realize somebody didn't give you something. Your bravery goes up 2,000%. You outright sometimes get indignant and start, going in on a person because of how frustrated you become. How about we skip all of that, channel the bravery early and say, look, I need this, that, and the third. We're conducting business. Get what you need early. Oh, okay, we have a proctor who privately put a note in the chat. We won't be sharing who it is, but not real estate related. Someone is a registered sonographer, had 2 patients with the same name, similar birth dates, asked one to confirm date of birth, but we assumed it was entered incorrectly. Came to find out 2 patients, oh my goodness, scheduled at the same time, who had the same names. It was a nightmare because they had to redo exam and messed up the whole day. So what this person is sharing is on a medical level, 2 people, oh my goodness, verifying names, driver's licenses, whatever it takes is apparently key in all areas of business. Thank you to our buddy Proctor who's sharing and listening, but don't leave things lingering. Don't be afraid to ask the questions. Folks,
I'll add a little bit too.
go ahead, Taryn.
I can add a little bit too. I mean, I was doing a deal in London, and my company had given me the power of attorney to do all the negotiations, but they did not give me the power of attorney to sign anything. So, and on the other side, they didn't know who was going to sign. So we got all the deal worked. Then it was a nightmare figuring out who all actually had the right to sign on behalf of the 2 companies. My company, I figured it out fairly quickly because I knew who to call, to get everybody on board and say who could sign this agreement. But on the other side, they went around and around because the manager that was there in London thought he had the rights. But our lawyers said, you don't have the right. We need corporate signatures. And we had to go all the way back to the US corporate to get the signatures. And it got to be a little bit of a nightmare because then they got into the deal. They want everything re-explained. But at the end, they were all okay. It's just, you thought you had it.
Was that me or is that Taryn?
I think that's Taryn.
That's Taryn.
I had kind of a fairly
Deal,
simple, straightforward, easy to fix one.
Taryn, you froze up on us towards the end. We didn't mean to cut you off. You froze.
That's okay. I was done.
Okay. Okay. And then Jim, come on through, my friend.
You mean me?
Yeah. Was it Jim? Were you the one speaking or who was that was speaking?
Me, Cheyenne.
Oh, hey, Cheyenne. I thought it was Jim. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I had a commercial building over in the Fort Worth area. The lady that owned it, I had done a couple other deals with her, and she decided to sell this building and the business that went along with the building. She had been operating this business for 10 years. It was a family business. She showed me a corporate resolution where she bought the building or bought the business. but she never officially bought the building.
Oh,
The building still belonged to her mother. Well, her mother was still alive, thank God, but we had to get mom from where she was and bring her to the closing table in order for her to sign everything, because the lady had not done her part in transferring everything. So for 10 years, she just assumed that she had ownership of everything when really she didn't, but she presented everything to me as if she did.
as she did. Yeah.
The taxes were in her name, everything was in her name, but when it got down to the final thing, she technically couldn't sell the building. She could only sell the business. So that's something you got to watch for a lot, is make sure that the names go all the way back through, because sometimes people don't finish their part of the deal.
Absolutely. And I'll just put a little period at the end of this paragraph. But even in the residential experiences that I've had, something was not right with a home that a client of mine wanted to purchase. And I'm really big, again, and looking at a building, looking at a home, something about the home wasn't right. And it was weird, the way it was furnished, the way it was maintained. And again, it just something about it wasn't right. I called the lady up and I said, ma'am, you need to tell me what's going on with this house, because I get the feeling I don't have the whole picture. This is your listing, right? And she said, yeah. And I said, forgive me for this, but I don't see one touch of you in here. It's your house. Are you renting it to someone? Do we have a renter to deal with? Everything in here belongs to a man. I don't see any evidence of you. She goes, well, and I'm like, here we go. Once they start with a well, that means they're ramping up to give you the rest of it. Well, and it explained a few things. It belonged to her son, who was in jail for inappropriate sexual behavior with children. Yeah, you might have wanted to put that out there before we got to looking at the house. And it was like, what? And why are you listing it? So at the end of the day, my client decided they wanted to purchase the house despite his history. But that also meant we had to deal with someone who needed to sign that was in jail. And yes, he did sign. Everything went just fine. Turns out he was a model prisoner. But the truth is that even getting him to sign papers depended on how the guards felt that day and how he behaved. If he didn't behave properly, if the guards weren't, available to get him down somewhere, give him a pen and let him sign, we had to wait. So all kinds of stuff comes up in all arenas. But I want to pull out the trump card and having the owner in the jailhouse. That's all I'm saying. All right, moving on, y'all. Couple more things, and then believe it or not, we're at break again. Verify legal descriptions and on the deed matches the legal description of the property when we're completing agreements. I have seen this a million times, not agree. I've seen legal descriptions, and I've even seen in the CAD, square footages are off, all kinds of stuff isn't right. The places are listed as certain types of buildings. In residential, there are 3 bedrooms when there's actually 12 bedrooms, just all kinds of stuff. So definitely make sure from document to document, things line up and match. Then we've got inconsistencies in records. You need to notify the owners, especially if you're on the side of the sellers, about the inconsistencies and allow them to resolve the matter. But let me just say this, when you find one, put it in writing that you found it and that it needs to be resolved so that the blowback effect doesn't come on you. Well, you didn't tell me, or she didn't notify me that I needed to fix this. Yes, we did. Put it in an email on a certain date. So just be sure to cover yourself. And then last but not least, general warranty deeds. These deeds say that the seller is guaranteeing clear title all the way back to the time of the land patent from the sovereign. In Texas, that means the original grant from Spain, Mexico, the Republic of Texas, or the state of Texas. We're going all the way back, but we also know in commercial, not everything goes that far back. A special warranty deed is not an uncommon thing. I think we'll hit special warranty deeds when we come back. And I think we will take ourselves a nice 15-minute break. And I'll see you another 10 minutes after the hour. Can you believe we did another hour? Come on. We'll be back in 1 minute, guys. Get ready to wrap up your phone calls and come on back in here. Sweetie, what are you looking at? Okay, it's just you and the kitty cat. It's just you and the kitty cat. You just the cat. You and the kitty. You get the cat. Get the cat, Guinness. All right. Do. And we are back. We're back, and let me get this snack back up on the screen. Everything I share with you on the screen that looks like great food, I have a secret desire for. So if someone finds one of those, let me know where you got it. I don't even know what you call that, but it sure looks good. Okay, let's get everybody popped back up on the screen. Let me put the monitors in the back of the classroom since they're using up screen space there. Is that a kolache? Is that actually a kolache or something? Oh, okay. And let's see, Ruth Garrett, from what I understand, you'll need to go through a board like Harlingen or Metrotex or the board that you went through directly to register. And if not, the proctor for Arbor, if you're on, can you assist Ruth with signing up? Somebody said more bacon pictures or tacos. Okay. Can you help Ruth sign up for the December class that's going to be offered early in the month? And Grant, where's Grant? Hold on, Grant, I got something for you, Grant. Just to be thorough about things. You ready, Grant? Where's your face? I need to find your face first. Wave a hand so I can find you. Where's Grant? I don't see him. Hold on. He's on screen number. There you go, Grant. You ready? All right, here it comes, my friend. What? Bacon. What? That's what I've been eating on my break. Don't play with me. The bacon game is strong around here. What? There you go. That is such a no-no. We're not supposed to be eating on camera, but since you put it out there, thank you, Benjamin, for the respect. The bacon love is real. There it is. It's got the M&Ms and everything. Bacon is life. It shouldn't be. It's actually death on a plate, but I love it anyway. All right, so let's get back to it. He just had to say that. I was doing really good too. Who says we make our own bacon? We got, oh, wait. Oh, you're not playing. I thought Raquel meant money. We make our own bacon. We got 15 pounds curing right now. I'll be ready to smoke tomorrow. Okay, Raquel, where do you stay? What is your address, my friend?
I'm in Weatherford.
I can get to, I don't even know where is Weatherford in Texas?
It's northwest of Fort Worth.
Oh, I can get to you.
Yeah, you're not far.
So it'll be ready tomorrow?
It'll be ready tomorrow.
Is it thick cut, applewood smoked? What are we doing?
Well, we do both. We do apple, we do maple, and then we slice it. We have a slicer, and then I freeze each one a pound at a time.
Listen, we're going to resume class on Friday at Cal's house. Okay. I'll bring vegetables. I'll bring vegetables for those of you who are anti-bacon. Somebody said, don't go. They got cowboy fans. Let me
I'm a
quit.
big cowboy fan.
Are you okay? You know, I'm coming to your house. You keep playing with me. That's okay. Especially, are you on a farm and do you have farm animals?
Not on a farm.
I am an animal lover, but let me stop. I'm done. Just an animal lover. All right, back to my snacks. Not really. We're going to look at some weird stuff this hour, but let me get you past a couple of other little quickies, and then we're going to have a little weird fun. I expect total participation in the weirdness, by the way. So we were talking about warranty deeds before we left off, and it is not uncommon to see a special warranty deed. I think many of you have been around long enough to have seen one of these before. And if you haven't, what a special warranty deed does is signal you that the person who is selling the property is only going to guarantee title as long as they've had it. They're not going to guarantee that there are no clouds on the title prior to their ownership of it. So you're going to definitely have to get with the title company and make sure that they do a thorough search on title, just to make sure that there are no other clouds on the title. So in cases where a person is acting in an official capacity, such as a trustee, on behalf of a trust or other interest, a fiduciary deed may be granted without a guarantee, which only assures that a person has the legal authority to convey the property. It doesn't mean it's cloud-free. So there's a whole bunch of considerations. And just to be clear, before even I get inundated with questions, we don't do title unless you are a title specialist. But even on our contracts, there's a warning for our clients to know if they've got questions about title, they should go to the title company. So just FYI, in case someone hits you up with a bunch of questions about that, send them to the title company that's handling the transaction, or call up a buddy. You're going to need to keep one close for a little help with that. I have a lot of friends in the title business who will do a few things for me, and have really saved my proverbial backside during some serious transactional issues. So we've got types of deeds, and there's tons of types of deeds, and we could be here all day. This one here, the beneficiary of a quitclaim deed receives only the interest conveyed without guarantees regarding the quality of the guarantor, of the grantor's title. So there still could be issues with the title and the quality of the title and any clouds on it. But again, you'll ask your title specialist to kind of help get you through that. This deed will clarify this by including language, though, that looks a little like this. Grantor makes no warranty, express or implied, as to title in the property herein described. So they're not even making promises. They're just saying that they're letting go of their claim. So there's no promise that, oh, everything's free and clear. Again, you need to get with your title specialist. Does anybody have any title firms they love working with in commercial? Just asking, because this is key. Not everybody is good at this. So
I have
we
one I
put
hate.
lenders up. Let's put title companies up. Yeah.
I have one I hate.
You said you what?
I have one that I hate.
You know what? That's on you, my friend. If it's that bad and we need to be warned, I'm listening.
Never use lawyer's title in Dallas, in Uptown. I had a transaction. We were buying a commercial warehouse. They did all the paperwork, and 2 weeks before closing, sent it over for a house, was what they were researching.
Huh?
Yeah.
Lord, okay. Well, at least it's a cautionary tale to double check. And I mentioned, I don't know when, but I've mentioned before, you gotta, don't let a title company say, oh, we do commercial all the time. Everyone's gonna say that. You need to know for sure that they do this, that you can I have a reference, please? I need to know that you're familiar with what we're doing, and even the property type, as old as it is, it's something, but oh yeah, we do title. We've got someone who does commercial. No, I need to know you have a whole department that does this, not the one person who dabbles when one happens to come in. Let me see what's going on in the chat. We got some good stuff in here. Oh, okay, we got excellent commercial closer in the Houston area, Daisy Chenoweth, escrow officer, Great American Title Company, Clear Lake. Awesome. Good to know. So thank you for sharing. Okay, Gerald is wanting clarity. Is that okay, Benjamin? You clarified that's the one. And thank you. I mean, if it's a cautionary tale, it's a cautionary tale. I've dealt with some in the past, and it's like, I don't know why we are working with these people, but because the other party insisted on them, we made them put more money in as earnest. And thank goodness we did, because that thing stayed off the market a little longer than we were comfortable with. The deal closed, but it's like, look, we don't have all day to do this with you. Risk this transaction, play this game. Is anybody else like anyone else for commercial? I am not seeing a lot of recommendations. I actually like Frontier Title as well. I do like Frontier Title.
Which one? I heard one is not so good. There's one in La Centera that's really, that I like, but I heard the one up north is not so good. Is
You know
that-
what? All locations aren't the same. And yeah, La Centera, the one over there by Cinco Ranch High School,
Yeah.
that's the office I'm thinking about as well. Yes.
Yeah, I really like them a lot.
Yes, ma'am. So to your point, exactly. It does matter. And I'm glad Chandra put the actual office, address, person's name, because the big broad answer, you're right. It's not a sweeping kind of thing. It's not every Frontier office. But if you guys like someone, feel free to keep recommending books, resources, all of that. We got another one, Kristen Wernicke. Did I say that right, Chandra? Is it Wernicke? I hadn't seen that name in years. All right, Stewart Title, awesome, major corporation. Thank you very much, y'all. So, and again, even if this isn't your market, ask these people if they know someone in your market they can refer you to. Oftentimes they can. So if you need resources, you got to ask. Thank y'all for sharing and keep doing so. I can't wait to get to the weirdness. All right, type of deed. It's recommended quitclaim deeds are only accepted from trusted or known sources. These are best for low risk transactions. And I have to admit, I've only seen these in residential transactions, and it's saying in your text, they're most often seen among family members. So even someone had mentioned a woman selling the building or business, thought she owned the building. That happens too sometimes as well, even though that's not a quitclaim example. But you do definitely need to make sure that if you're dealing with all of this, bring in a party that knows how to research them and try not to be the expert where you're not the expert. Chandra, what was your phrase yesterday? Be the source to the source. There you go. Hey, over there, go get them. Uh-oh, we got another one up. Benjamin put up, let's see, in the Dallas area, Dawn Neal, VP, Senior VP of Capital Title again. All right, well, Capital Title is winning. Thank you for sharing, y'all. There we go. Assignment of leases and other interests. As assignment of a lease may be recorded or unrecorded, agents should get copies of all docs pertaining to lease assignments or other contractual or license assignments made to others. We should ask property owners directly if any assignments have been made prior to listing the property for sale. Let me just say this, while the book breezes over a lot of these things, just make sure when you do it in writing. Simply just asking the question out loud in a quickie phone call, I wouldn't do. And if you're in this business, and I'm just curious, especially folks who've done this for a while, do you guys like, Matthew and Chandra and Taryn and whatnot, do you guys have like forms where you send the form to your client to get a yes or a no on, hey, are you aware of any lease assignments? So that you have something in writing from your clients before you kind of move forward? Do y'all have things like that in writing?
I don't have forms, but I'm one of those after every phone call, as per our conversation, email follow-up.
That's one of my favorites. That's one of my faves. I say it all the time in Commercial Leasing 101, follow it up with a summary email. Yep, I always tell people I didn't say it. Nobody said anything. It's all in writing. And you might still consider a form if it's something you want to do, but be cautious to have a lawyer a look at it, because we're not allowed to create forms that bind people to things unless we are attorneys. I'm trying to get to the weirdness. Here we go. I think we're getting there. Interests and rights associated with the use of property and are often granted to the buyer by the deed. So interests and rights are often granted. A fee simple interest, it's the absolute ownership of the land with a full bundle of rights, but be cautious not to assume you're getting mineral and lots of other rights. It's not full. The word full bundle for me always implies you're getting everything, and that's not really a true phrase. Not a fan of it. According to the Appraisal Institute, the bundle of rights associated with fee simple interest includes the right to sell, sure, the right to lease and interest, the right to occupy, the right to mortgage and interest, and the right to give an interest away. So again, when you see full bundle of rights, don't make assumptions about what that phrase means. I do like the Appraisal Institute summary of what they mean when they say rights. Occupying it, selling it, mortgaging it, leasing a part of it, those are the rights that we're referencing here. So, a leased fee or leased property interest is the ownership interest in a leased property. That's one of those duh moments. In other words, it's like the fee simple interest of a property that is leased out to other parties. Property owner with the leased fee interest still owns the property as fee simple with the full bundle of rights. The lease doesn't remove any rights from the bundle. So there may be an interest even though you still own the thing. It's a little bit of a nuance there. But let us get back to deed restrictions. Can we get to the cray-cray? I'm trying to get to the cray-cray. Yeah, we're headed to the cray-cray. I've been waiting on this all week. Deed restrictions, clauses in the deed that limit the use of the land. They're enforceable unless the restrictions violate a public policy. So if a deed restriction prohibited access to a property by a protected class of people, okay, that would be unlawful and unenforceable, and we get that. If a seller asks about your buyer's client's intended use of a property, with your client's permission, it may be wise to disclose this stuff. So now I wanna get you to some stuff, y'all. This is all just us having a little fun. This report is an older report, but dagnabbit, it's a fun one. And this thing came out in 2009 by The Week magazine, and it's all over the internet. So I went and grabbed it and put it in parts. And there are some things that some HOAs have zapped some people for. And it's pretty sad in some cases how some of this stuff washed out. So what we're going to do is we're going to count down and see who won each situation. By the way, if this is not the weirdest image ever, look at that. Is that not the weirdest picture ever? I find myself staring at it. I know, I've got nothing else to do. Here we go. Issue number 7, rather. We're going backwards. My bad. 7 weird deed restrictions. And the paragraphs are lengthy, but everything you need is in the paragraph. It said, thou shalt not post a for sale sign. Now, this one's not so weird in condominium communities, but when Denise Hicks put a for sale sign in the front of her Lebanon, Tennessee residence, the Spence Creek Homeowners Association said, get that sucker out of there. You are breaching your contract. As the rules said, no signs, no banners, no billboards. She was forced to put her realtor sign in the house windows, hidden from view. And again, condominiums, I've seen this. Your actual private property at your house, that's a unique one. But this is just number 7. This is not the weirdest of the weird. This just made its way on the list. Let's go ahead and actually get weird. Take a look at the rose bushes. They're your 6. Number 6. Thou shalt not plant too many rose bushes. Yeah. Here we go. A Rancho Santa Fe, California Homeowners Association went after poor Jeffrey DeMarco and I can't believe this, for exceeding the prescribed number of rose bushes allowed on 4 acres. 4 big old acres. When DeMarco balked, the HOA levied monthly fines, threatened foreclosure, and they actually defeated this man in a court of law. After a judge ruled that the willful rose enthusiast violated the architectural design rules, DeMarco was forced to pay, look at that number, the HOA's $70,000 legal bill, and lost a home to the bank behind the rose bushes. I see all of you going, excuse me. This is why I'm warning you all to be cautious about the level to which you're going to get involved in due diligence, because if you're the one who didn't find that, but you said you would, are you now in the line of fire and somehow responsible for a piece of that 70 grand and this poor man losing his house? So according to all of y'all's faces, I should have taken a picture, state of shock. But I can't believe this man lost his house behind something as beautiful as a rose bush.
That's also why I don't live in California.
Are they that bad in general? Seriously? I see Cheyenne doing, yes. Are they really that bad, Cheyenne? What goes on in Cali?
I don't know, but they're coming here as fast as they can get here.
One of my old bosses is from Cali. Used to come down here once a quarter, every quarter, check on his Texas property, but he had quite a bit of property here in Texas. He stayed out there, but he kept property out here. So you're right. And who was that? Was that Taryn earlier? Said that's why you don't live in Cali? I think it was Taryn's voice. I can't tell.
Yeah, it
now.
was Taryn. It was Taryn.
Okay. All right, let's get on with the next weirdness, y'all. I can't wait for y'all to see how much worse it gets. Well, I mean, you know, not that we're enjoying people's problems. All right, number 5, counting on down. The picture is always your clue. Thou shalt maintain a consistently green lawn. This one's kind of sad. Beacon Woods Civic Association in Bayonet Point, Florida. We're on the other side of the world now. Took 66-year-old resident Joseph Prudent to court for failing to properly maintain his lawn after a $600 per month increase to his adjustable rate mortgage. It threw him on hard times, y'all. So Prudent was ultimately jailed. 66 years old, jailed for failing to resod the lawn. Other members of the community took pity on the faulty landscaper and sprung for new sod, flowers, mulching, and functioning sprinklers. Their charity was enough to get him out of the slammer, but he still faced at the time court fees and association fine. I could not find the resolution to this case. The article came out in 2009, so I'm sure this is concluded, but I never could find the legal file to see what the end result was. But they put the man in jail for grass at 66 years. I mean, really, there got to be laws about who's able to be over the dang darn HOA. As in, you must have a life if you're going to be over the HOA. You get the feeling the people who run these things don't have one. Number 4, take a look at that picture. That's your evidence. Here it comes. Thou shalt not use inconsistent shingles even after a plane destroys thy home. Can you believe it? After a plane crashed into the Sanford, Florida home of Joe Woodward, killing his wife, Janice, and their infant son, he decided to rebuild the new home on the same lot. But as reconstruction came to a screeching halt when the HOA informed him he'd positioned the new structure unacceptably and failed to achieve a perfect shingle match with his neighbors' homes. Threatened with a lawsuit, the grieving widower told a local reporter he'd hoped to change things up to avoid reliving painful memories, but eventually capitulated to the unsympathetic HOA. Now 20 done sat back in her chair. She is just done. Can y'all believe this? I mean, now I heard about Florida, California, but does anybody have any light to shed on Florida? Because I have to admit, that threw me. This man's home was taken out along with his wife and his child. And they coming after this man for a shingle. Does anybody know anything about Florida? Anybody got any work history out there? Uh-oh. Grant, okay, hold on. Let me back up. I'm missing good stuff in the chat. Can I go back to slide 1? Carolyn Hatley, which one did you need?
Never mind. I was looking for the information on the article. Which article did it come out of?
I'll go back to it in just a moment for you.
We can go later.
Raymond, I love you. You shouldn't have planted him. And then Grant, on the lawn, he ignored homeowners association letters and a court order for nearly a year, went to jail for failing to respond to a court order. I hear you, but that was a rough one. Sticking around for grass. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Anybody got any background or history or experience in Florida? Because this seems like a pretty harsh place to own a home. I don't know, y'all. I'm staying my butt right here in Texas, where I know what comes with this territory. Moving on to number 3. Grandparents rock. See what happens here. Thou shalt not offer thy homeless granddaughter shelter. Y'all know this is about to get ugly, right? Assuming guardianship of their 6-year-old granddaughter. You already know where this is going. Kimberly, after her drug-addicted mother was ruled unfit, Jimmy and Judy Stutler brought the child to live with them in their Clearwater, Florida retirement village. Since Kimberly was technically not over 55 or arguably retired, the alarmed HOA tried to force the girl out. Attempting to move, the Stutlers failed to sell their home even after slashing its price. Look at this here. $250,000 to $129,000, and were eventually sued by the HOA. At the time that I managed to pull this article, it said Kimberly's fate is now in the hands of the courts. If anybody can find the history or the follow-up on that, throw it in the chat. But I can't believe it. And I get it. I have to admit on this one, I get it. You move to these communities because you want the quiet that comes with age and time, and you've earned it. I get it. I really do. They should have consulted with the HOA before they moved in. And with that said, I've got to open up the floor to discussion. How do you all weigh on this one? Bringing in the grandchild in the 55 plus community without asking anybody's permission.
They had the same thing or similar thing happen at Robeson Ranch up north of Fort Worth there, south of Denton.
Mm-hmm.
It was on the news up here, and the lady fought them, but she ended up having to sell her house and move. Rules were the rules, yeah.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I'm having a tough time with that one. Raymond, rules are rules. And I look, who teased me this morning about asking me, don't I want one? Gail, was that you teasing me this morning? Somebody was teasing me about wanting a kid, and I said, I'm good with the dog. Or was that Sharon? Okay. And so somebody like me has a different tolerance level for children. And I do. I love them a few hours at a time. Not all day, every day. You see what I'm saying? My tolerance level is different. Parents are unique, wonderful, wonderful people because you all need the noise. You need the noise. You need to, I hear my kids, so I know they're okay. When kids get quiet, parents freak out. Where's my kid? I need the noise. Someone like me who doesn't have them doesn't understand that or doesn't respond well to it. So when I become 55 in 6 mere years, I would love to be in an environment where I'm not around a lot of children. I live in an environment now where I'm surrounded by kids all day long. And so I have difficulty with the noise. I don't say anything. The children are having a beautiful day. So, hey, I shut up and I let them. But admittedly, I'd have to just put myself out there and say, I'd have a tough time with a youngster in a 55 and up community. That's just me being honest. Anybody else? I mean, sympathy or rules? What's the vote? I'm looking in the chat. Sympathy or rules?
I think
the HOA should have at least gave her time to get her house sold. I think that would have been a fair trade-off.
Yeah, the rules. I see a lot of people, contracts and rules. You know, my thing might have been, hey, look, can we do a short-term 3-month agreement here? And if we agree to put the house on the market, can we do 3 months and maybe get have it at a meeting and see if the neighbors will vote and approve it? And if not, then hey, then it just can't happen.
I was gonna say, I'm sure that when they first bought the house, that they didn't buy it with the intent of their granddaughter moving in with them, and it came to that happened. And so they probably maybe was giving their daughter time enough to get her set together to get the kid back, you know, because I'm sure they probably didn't want to raise the granddaughter forever. It's not like the daughter was dead or anything. So it was just an extended vacation stay for the daughter until their own daughter got themselves together. So I feel like it was unfair. I just do. And that's why I would never move into an HOA.
Well, you know what though, but it says that the court said that the mother was ruled unfit. So there's a judgment that implies we got a long-term situation, not a short-term one. So that granddaughter might have been staying with them for a long period of time, unless there was something in place that said we're keeping her for 2 months, but she's about to go move in with so-and-so or something. It's a tough situation, but I got to admit, I might have been on the rules side, but 20, to your credit, you knowing that about you, like I know what I know about me and children, you wouldn't move into some place with HOAs for that reason. And I get it. I've got people who want to buy homes that say, I don't want to be in a deed restricted community. So I will give you all the credit. Let's see. I've been the president of HOAs. Well, Grant, we know you're involved. Some of these people, the only time when things escalate is when a homeowner refuses to communicate. Okay. In every other instance, the board is willing to work with folks and make adjustments. It's all about communication. Ultimately, the HOA's job is to protect property values for neighbors. Got it. Oh, and then Ruth brought up a good point. Insurance may not cover youngsters. And this is a 6-year-old. This is a 6-year-old too. So interesting points all. Grant, thank you for bringing it in on the other side. My mom's been smacked by the HOA because her landscaper put the lawn and leaf bags out for her. My mom is 72 years old, and the bags were left out the night before trash pickup, just a couple hours too early. My mom has to show up in court, and there were at least 100 other neighbors there for the same doggone reason. Everyone livid, but HOA did its thing. Should be an age limit, teenagers, skateboards, music. I get it. I get it. All right, interesting conversation. Let's see what number 2 was. Number 2. Oh, this one threw me. This one completely threw me off my rocker. Number 2, no smoking, even in my own bathroom, no smoking. So HOA's ban on smoking. Let me see, the HOA's ban on smoking in all public areas include, why does that look like a portion of it? Hold on, it looks like part of this got covered and part of it didn't. Let me double check something real quick. This gentleman got cited for smoking in his own bathroom, and the HOA's ban on smoking was in all public areas, but including balconies, patios, courtyards, and swimming pool areas, and it was extended to residents' homes. And so they were citing the negative health effects of secondhand smoke. So it says that multiple court hearings have ruled in favor of the HOAs. And an article said that the Constitution does not guarantee Americans the right to smoke in their homes. So this guy got smacked by his HOA for smoking in his own bathroom. Looks like a sentence got cut off up there, but he got cited by the HOA for smoking inside of his own house. Now, my big question is this: how did you know? Who ratted him out? Excuse me? How do you know what I'm doing up in my house? Did you come here with a fake snack just so you could smell and see what I was doing? I'm asking you all. And Grant, you're repping the HOAs today. Are you all supposed to be limiting what I do inside my house within the law? Even though the Constitution does not guarantee me the right to smoke in my house. Somebody said secret surveillance. You can smell smoke through the walls, but if they're your walls, can't you do it? I'm asking. Okay, now you had a neighbor who smoked, but did you share a wall, Raymond? I'm looking for Raymond. Okay, you shared a wall, and this is this person's house. And it could have been a condo, but I believe this article was about this gentleman's home. I'll have to go back and see. But I will agree with you. When I can smell it through a wall, absolutely not. And I will say that I have new neighbors, and I am getting ready to move, who smoke things of an herbaceous nature that I can smell every morning at 6 o'clock in the bathroom. Why they need to go to the bathroom to smoke their herbaceous items, I do not know. But it drives me insane because I don't smoke at all. Every day.
Hey, Mish.
Yes.
I'd like to add, I live in a high-rise building, and I know that right now here the HOA is dealing with a smoker because it's like a really heavy smoker, and the actually units around this smoker are not selling because of the smell. People going there, I actually have shown units and over there, and they are not selling because of the smoker. I personally hate smokers. I really have a thing against them personally, and but there's something that I know they are trying to deal with right now. They changed the whole AC system in the whole floor. They put a special exhaust system or something there. They bought a special equipment to try to deal with it, and there's nothing that they have been able to do to fix it. So
it's really difficult, especially when there are shared walls in place. You know what I mean? Shared walls are one thing. And I understand that, especially if what you do in your unit comes into play in my unit. I definitely understand that. And again, I share a wall. So again, my neighbor smoking something of an illegal and herbaceous nature. Yeah, that bugs me and it drives me nuts, even though I like him. He's an actual very nice man. I just wonder why he needs that to start his every single day. And of all the places to do it, the bathroom, come on now. Anyway, and Cheyenne, much love for what you wrote in the chat. I don't think Gerald meant it that way, but I understand what you mean. Absolutely. Hey, Candace, now look. Okay. Candace, since you went there, she said it may be medical. Is everybody aware of what we did in Texas with hemp and marijuana? Y'all do know that some of it's legal now in Texas, not just hemp, but medicinal marijuana did change. Who said he has glaucoma? I am exiting you from the room. You are out. You are out of here. House Bill 1325 passed both the Texas House and the Senate in 2019 during our 86th session of the legislature. And that House bill also included language that changed Texas's ability to prescribe low-grade THC, which basically is shorthand for marijuana. But no longer is it only just for epilepsy that is difficult to control, only prescribable by 2 doctors, and after proof that certain medications didn't work. That list was now expanded and covers several medical issues, and several different doctors and areas of specialty have been included to the list. So it is not just restricted to epilepsy anymore. And yes, I actually do teach that in the hemp class. So that information is cited in the class, the links, the places you can go for that data, where you can get the House bill, all the new rules, that's in the hemp class, 3 hours of CE credit associated with it, by the way. But since you put it out there, that's not even a joke anymore. It could have been glaucoma. I don't know. Anyway.
Mishika, I have a question for you about the hemp laws.
Oh, Lord. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to take that class and I had a conflict that day. But can you quickly summarize what are the changes to the law with regard to that? Because I had a friend that wanted to lease out all of her land in Beaumont for people who wanted to grow, because they're like, they could lease it out.
Tell her to go to the Texas Department of Agriculture's website. It is mandatory that she watch a video that's about 24 minutes and 38 seconds long. Once she watches the video, then she'll be approved to apply. It's a $100 application, and we'll go from there after class. But then she also needs to get in touch with Ruth, right? Is Ruth in the room? Is that our specialist there, our land specialist? Don't move forward without a friend. That's all I'm saying. But if you want that information, because there's no summary there, it's brand new law, it's wide open. If you want to grow it, you can. So there you go. Texas is now 100% approved. The problem with it is that we got approved and then we went into quarantine. So it just kind of came to a screeching halt. There you go. Somebody said high five for that. I don't know what it was for, but I'm smacking back to you. Let's hit number 1 on the list. And by the way, some of my favorite people in the world are smokers of all kinds of substances. But I will admit, I don't like what smoke itself does to a building. I'll say it that way. Some of my favorite folks are smokers. All right, here we go. Number 1, big old drum roll, please. I don't know what you do for a drum roll. Thou must carry thy dog at all times. After Pamela McMahon, a geriatric person who walks with a cane, was fined $25 every time she failed to carry her Cocker Spaniel through the lobby of her Long Beach, California condominium, which stipulates that pets' feet must never touch the floor of common areas. Quote, there are just too many things going on in the lobby, said Stormy, I guess it's Jack, the building's assistant property manager. The dog might jump on someone or go to the bathroom. So after racking up hundreds of dollars of fines, poor Miss McMahon was forced to move out. You got to carry your baby every time you step out of that building. You got to put your dog on your shoulders, under your armpits, or on your back, honey, before you leave this building. Now, you do see how ridiculous this can get if the dog is of any size. So she is walking with a cane and trying to hold a dog and manage her purse and her keys and everything else. The only thing I can say is that this one particular baby right here looks happy to be in this man's arms. That's all I can say. So with that said, HOAs can make life a little interesting, but thank you for enjoying the shenanigans with me. Believe it or not, look where we landed. It's break time. See y'all back here about 10 minutes. About 15 minutes after, well, no, 10 minutes after the hour. Yeah, 10 minutes after the hour. I'll see y'all back at 11:10.
Hey, Mish.
Yo.
I was listening to a radio program the other day and they were talking about similar things out in California. A lady sold her house. One of the deed restrictions that went with the buying the house was every year the new owner had to put the Halloween skeleton out on the front porch at Halloween time.
Yeah.
It had to change its outfit every 3 years to new clothes. Another person, the cat that they had owned in that house forever, when they sold the cat house, the cat got to live in the new house with the new owners indefinitely.
What?
Yeah. So you bought the house, you got the cat because you couldn't get rid of the cat. The cat got left at the house. So
the cat's living the good life, right?
That's what they said. Yeah, they agreed to it in the terms of the sale. So I don't know if it's necessary you call those deed restrictions, but they kind of went along with the selling of the property. So
that's some interesting stuff. There's some weird stuff that goes on in our business, and the idea that we're the ones charged with finding all this weirdness is crazy. That's why I put that out there. Some of the nuances of stuff we're supposed to help people discover, crazy.
We had another agent in our office who had a client that bought a house in an HOA, and evidently he didn't read the deeds and covenants and the rules, and he wasn't allowed to have a truck that could be seen from anywhere on property. And it was like $100,000 one of those lifted trucks, and of course it wouldn't fit in the garage. Started getting all these fines, and he was like, and he wasn't allowed to change the garage so it would be able to fit it. So he basically ended up having to either park his truck offsite outside of the neighborhood or sell it. Not my client, just another agent in our office ran into that client.
Oh my God. I'm looking and I'm digging the fact that Candace just made all this real easy. She said, put the baby in a wagon, put the dog in a, in a wagon. We'll just eliminate the walk altogether. It's a pretty good solution, actually. And then I'm going Team Grant here because he says it sounds like the place is pro dog. They don't even want to make the babies take a single step. That is crazy. Hey, Melanie, thanks for the update on CBD. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, we had to stop selling some things for a bit, but now we have to wait. We're continuing to sell because we have flour, but we had to put labels on everything saying that it wasn't for smoking. It was just for tea or cooking.
Right. Consumable. Yeah.
Ridiculous.
You know
I can
what?
still sell it. I just can't tell. Yeah, I just can't let you smoke it. But there was, I think that the case goes to court in February too.
Hey, can you email me that, please? Because one of the things I do when I teach this class is I have to tell people there's a reason why we don't actually send you the materials for the class, because this keeps changing every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Seriously. And so I have never I think I've been teaching this for 2 years as we have watched the laws, get geared up, get approved, get enacted, blah, blah, blah. And then they go through these injunctions and we keep telling them the version of class we taught last month isn't even the one we're going to teach next month. So we don't put the materials out.
Okay, yeah, I will, I'll forward, I'll go back and find the articles, but also if you join the Texas Cannabis, I just saw an article today, because there's a lot of, let me just see if I can find it.
I'm putting my email in the chat for you because one of the things we do in the hemp class is we really do talk a lot about hemp. We don't talk as much about CBD as we should because that part of the industry is still moving so much. But I would like to know what industry or organization is the best authority for the most updated, what's going on with that, because I have to go look at so many different places and then
it's the Texas, you can subscribe and you get alerts. It's a Texas Cannabis Collective. I just got something today because they're doing some pre-bills right now, either to decriminalize marijuana or also to legalize it.
I know.
But in order to, the CBD is derived from hemp. That's why it's legal, because hemp was made legal 2 years ago. So is like the legal limit of THC I can carry is less than 0.3%. So I do have some.
Right. No, I know all that. I get all that. Absolutely. But yeah, it's just that it drives me nuts. It seems like every time we want to be progressive, somebody wants to step back.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's crazy. We tried to get House Bill, I want to say 63 passed. We didn't. It went through the House, got slammed in the Senate. And that's the one that would have let people just get the equivalent of like a parking ticket if they had an ounce or less of marijuana on their person, if stopped by a police officer, especially like people who drive and have a little marijuana and a little roach. Right. Just to get something the equivalent of a parking ticket instead of going straight to jail. That one got through the House, not through the Senate. So we're trying, then we keep taking these little cha-cha steps, just.
Right. Yeah. We were just, we opened in June and then all of a sudden in August, they're like, you can't sell smokable. So, and not that we have, it's not much of our line. Obviously the oils and the gummies are much more popular.
Yeah.
But we carry it. But the fact that I had to market it as you can make tea out of it or cook with it. So I had to put, if I had any pipes or we had a little bit of, not a ton, but a little bit of vape, I had to put all that on, away, but I could still sell the flour, just had to be
marketed as something else. Exactly. Right. Like you do what you're going to do with this on your time. Exactly.
Right.
So,
right.
Does focus on the law. And what there's a big portion of the class where we talk about how to write up our contracts to keep yourself as the agent and your client out of trouble because all of this is still so shaky. How do you write a contract that's enforceable and where you don't risk commission because all of a sudden your client had all of their stuff confiscated? You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you do? So we spend a lot of time trying to make sure that the agent stays safe. That's kind of where we focus. even though we spend a whole first hour talking about what the laws are. So thank you for the CBD update. What city are you in? Where are you at?
I am in Missouri City.
Oh, so you're HAR basically.
Yes, yes.
Or do you talk to Ronnie at all?
Ronnie, well, because I was going to take the HAR class and then I canceled it because I was the only one. So I just literally spoke to him a week and a half ago, just via email and text.
You know, Ronnie owns a CBD shop.
Really? I did not know that. I will have to
And it's not a secret. Yeah, it's not a secret. He owns a CBD shop. So a lot of times he'll be my proctor in the class, you know, like the monitors y'all have in here today. He'll be my proctor, but like my co-teacher, because he'll tell us the latest and the greatest going on with CBD, because that's the one that's mostly fluid now. So
right.
Ronnie is he's a good resource for me too, but you may want to just, you know, buddy up with your friend there and just kind of get to know.
I definitely will. I mean, it's, I think out in Siena, I mean, depending on where you are in the city, I mean, there's a couple stores that popped up. It's really still not very, I don't want to say popular, but it's still, everybody comes in, asks if it's legal, you know, and then they
Right.
talk themselves into the fact that it is legal because I have a store in Siena, you know, and Siena wouldn't let me put an illegal, you know, business there, which is absolutely true. The HOA is, you know, the HOA had a lot of say and they still do in my signage. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I'll definitely reach back out to him I'll look to see when your class is too, just because obviously we need to stay on top of all of that. But we did make friends with the Missouri City Police. Kind of what you said, in the building I'm in, there's a vacant store next door, and we did see somebody trying to break a lock.
Yeah.
We had the Missouri City Police come out, and now he's funny. Now he's the expert on CBD. So we have, you know, we kind of walk him through stuff. He brings his officers in, you know, he has them all smell the flower, and, you know, they've talked to their sergeant to see if, you know, from a drug test standpoint, and it's pretty fun. So we did make friends with them.
That's what, you know what, the third hour of the class that we talk about the fact that the big learning curve is law enforcement right now, because not every officer knows everything. And if they see it and they smell it, they could easily think it's marijuana.
Yes.
And they can make those assumptions.
If somebody buys flour or like the pre-rolls, we do have letters basically explaining what it is. And we also have the certificate of analysis on all of it. So they can see the level of THC versus CBD.
Right.
And actually talked to him about that. And he did say he had pulled someone over and the poor kid was ready to give him the letter and stuff. And the officer was like, I get it. I got you. You know, so the kid was kind of like, really?
I've got truckers who are trucking. They're pulling full trailers full of hemp that they, you know, what's the word when they're pulling up crops and whatnot, when you're harvesting. And the guy had his papers from his lawyer, his certification papers on his crops. I forgot where he was coming from, but a state trooper pulled him over, didn't see the paperwork, called him in, took that trailer with them, and it took him about maybe 3-4 hours to untangle the mess and let him loose and cut him loose.
Yeah.
It's all that transport time because of lack of understanding from law enforcement. You got 7 minutes left on your break, Melanie. Bye. You have been talking all day about this. I love this.
I like to talk about it though.
Me too. 5, 2, 6. Who is that, Yanni? Hmm? Who is it, sweetie? All right, this is our 2-minute warning to get ready to come on back. About a 2-minute warning there. All right, we're getting ready to get back into it. Getting ready to come on back. Y'all wrap up your phone calls, get your bacon. Promise I'm going to my friend's house for some of that bacon. She thinks I'm playing. All right. Getting ready to come on back, y'all. Right there, here we go. All right, got a couple of things to show you. Here we are back in session. So wrap up your calls. If you get, hey, Raquel Jr. Or I don't, is that a girl or a boy? I can't tell.
It's a girl. It's a mini dachshund. She's a mix.
Oh, hey, Raquel. Oh, so we get bacon and puppy love.
She
Oh.
likes to sit here while I'm taking class and look out the window.
That's all right. That's all right. Anything it takes to help y'all get through the day, minus falling asleep. All right, so stick your bun back on the screen. We are back in all the stuff we're supposed to be doing for our clients. Please take note of the turquoise highlighted information. Commercial leases in Texas are infrequently recorded, and that's true. I got to admit, as many leases as I've seen over my lifetime, I can't tell you that they're recorded in, in the county clerk's office or whatnot or online. But I do want to ask you guys, there's another place where a lease might be recorded if it was. Who knows where that other place might be? There's another place where a lease might actually be recorded. Who knows where that might be? I'm looking in the chat or just looking for anybody to open up a mic. I see a bunch of faces going. Somebody else answered the doggone question. Here we go. I'm going to show you something that many of you are going to need to get used to if it should happen. Let me see if I can just slide this over there. That way you can just see it easily. There we go. All right, you're seeing now a lease contract on your screen, correct? With some purple blocks. All right, this is lease form 2101, and this is page 11 of 15. This is your TXR lease form. In the purple block, what's up here in purple, I've pulled out and written in larger text on the right-hand side in blue so that you don't have to squint to read it. But there's something up here that a lot of people don't pay attention to. This may be in a lease that is written by a landlord's attorney, in addition to being in the 2101 lease form that TXR writes. And I really do need you all to be aware of this. So the paragraph in TXR is titled Landlord's Lien and Security Interest. Now, I want someone, I don't want to be the one to read it. I want someone else who doesn't mind reading to read from the word to secure, the words to secure, just to the end of the underlined portion. And then I'd like anybody to tell me what that person just said. So someone who's comfortable reading out loud, read that, please.
To secure tenant's performance under this lease, tenant grants to landlord a lien and security interest against all of the tenant's non-exempt personal property that is in the leased premises or on the property.
So what did that actually say?
If you don't pay rent, I'm allowed to take your stuff.
Yep, you don't perform under this lease.
I've actually had to threaten that.
Yeah, your
So I'm
stuff.
actually really familiar with that paragraph.
Yeah, and a lot of folks are not. And it's not just restricted to rent, even though that's one of the biggest reasons why this will be enforced. But it just says to secure your performance under this lease, to make sure you did what you said you were going to do. You are granting a lien and security interest against, and let me just help you make this sentence make sense, because it says against all of the tenant's non-exempt personal property. As a landlord's representative, what I'm saying to you is if you've got an EpiPen in the refrigerator, you can have your EpiPen back. I'm not looking for that. You got your diabetes medication in the refrigerator. I don't care about that. You have blood pressure pills in your desk. I'll give those back to you. Grandma's sweater hanging on the back of your chair. I don't care about those things. It would be helpful if the phrasing said tenants non-exempt income producing personal property. Anything that you use to help earn income is mine. And by signing this lease, you're agreeing to it. Now it goes on to say that this lease is a security instrument for the purposes of the UCC, Uniform Commercial Code. And the landlord may file a financing statement to perfect the security interest that the landlord has under the UCC. Now I'm looking at Raymond, and he says the state controller. And you're close, my friend. Raymond is real close. Y'all got to watch Raymond. Raymond is a beast over here. He's been answering these questions all day long. First of all, before I answer this question, I just would like to know who has heard of the UCC? Even if you don't understand what it is, who's heard of it? Now, who's comfortable explaining what the heck it is to your clients? This is where we always have a little bit of a, and I gotta admit, it took me some time to refine how I tell this to people. And let me look in the second page of the room. I have a couple of pages of you guys have to flip through. Is anyone in the front set comfortable explaining what the UCC is? Let me show you this slide, and I'm giving you consent to take a picture of it. This is part of my commercial leasing contracts 101 class, which also is qualified for contracts for license renewal if you should need it. So my SAE people, you can use it. Let me just show you this here real quick and put this back up. And you can photograph it if you need it. There we go. The UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code, the definition very briefly is this. First published in 52, it's one of a number of uniform acts that have been put into law with the goal of harmonizing the law of sales and other commercial transactions across the US. So uniformly, I guess, behaving as commercial practitioners here. Why do we even need it? Well, the goal of harmonizing these state laws is important because of what goes on today. The prevalence of commercial transactions that go beyond Texas or Maine or Washington. For example, goods may be manufactured in state A, warehoused in state B, sold from state C and delivered to state D. Y'all, my friends, that's called Amazon. It's called Amazon. All right, that's what that is. That's called Amazon. In other words, from state to state, companies should be conducting business in a uniform or similar way based on the code. That means if I go to Hawaii and I buy some flip-flops from Target and they were cute, so I bought 16 pairs. I only managed to wear 8 of them while I was out there. Well, when I get back to Texas, I'm returning the other 8. And guess what? The Target up here is doing business the same way the Target out there was doing business. Uniformity in the way we behave. That's what we're looking for. But what the heck has that got to do with your client? Well, let me bring it on down here. In a nutshell, Article 9 of the UCC says companies must properly document their goods to obtain a legal claim to a debtor's collateral if the debtor does not satisfy their obligations. And in the case of a landlord, the debtor is going to be the tenant, which means I need to properly document everything in the tenant's suite because I'm about to lay claim to it because you owe me a debt. Likewise, take a look at the rest of this paragraph. If a restaurant tenant fails to pay the rent, the landlord can claim the rights to the contents of the suite. At the same time, if a tenant is leasing a dishwasher, for example, then and it's owned by some other restaurant supply company, that dishwashing company can also file a copy of their lease, and it's going to be the Secretary of State's office, Raymond, that you were so tootin' close, my friend. That way they can have a record of the fact that they have a claim to certain things. And so as landlords, we can file a copy of the lease as a UCC filing saying that, with the exception of things like a dishwasher, everything else in there is mine. And so tenants need to get used to these things. And so this may be, to answer the original question, another place where leases might be filed. So I have not seen any of the people who have employed me file in the county. That doesn't mean they don't. Where I've seen filings happen is the Secretary of State's office. You want more information? Go look up Secretary of State's website. You can read all about the UCC filings. but that's what I teach as part of the commercial leasing contracts class. Did I hear somebody begin with a question? I will say this, that is the beginning of me locking you out. I document what you have, and then it becomes ours. If you do not cure the lease default per the terms of the lease, I'm not going to dwell here, but if you are representing lease tenants, y'all check the default section. It should be a whole section, not some little clause, section that says, if I fail to do this, you must notify me within so many days and give me so much time to fix it. For those of you who do not check the cure section of the default part of the lease, you're doing your clients a great disservice. You need to give your clients time to fix whatever problem they step in. I'll put everybody on mute. I hear somebody in my background there. Put everybody on mute right quick. So anybody have any thoughts, questions, concerns about that? Because that's quite standard in business. Anybody? I see not one question. I see a whole bunch of folks going, I don't think I'm gonna get into leasing.
Hey, just have a comment.
Yes.
Well, we in the mall industry, we used to do quite a bit that when tenants didn't pay rent, we locked them out a lot. But it's so funny that I did it for so many years and I barely understand it. Where does it come from?
Ta-da! I am a very big proponent of bringing stuff back down to its smallest point, just to make it easy for all the clients and people who don't read this stuff. Miguel, you know, good and doggone well, people signed 45-page leases and read the first 4 pages. This is where all the numbers stop, right? They look at the rent, CAM reconciliation, you know, triple net fees, maybe a gross up if it's an office building, and after the numbers stop, they stop reading.
That, and they go to the last page and sign.
And they don't even look at the exhibits in the back, and they don't realize they gave away commission, furniture. Guys, I'm not trying to be funny, but Miguel, I need you to, right here, okay? I need you to, did you or did you not, when you had to lock out a tenant and you knew they weren't gonna make that money back, was there or was not a moment when you said to yourself, I think I'd like to buy this? Because
a lot of times.
y'all have no idea how bad it gets. The landlord's gonna sell it anyway. And half the furniture I used to have at one point from my office was because I purchased it from somebody I had to lock out. We followed the law, but I'm just saying. So understand how treacherous this can be. I blame Miguel. Anyway, any questions about that? And again, if you want that information, ask your board to sign up for that commercial leasing 101 boot camp. That's for all my white belts in the room, and we'll get you the data you need. I know for all the rest of you experienced folk, it's slow boogie, but some of my friends in here need to back the train up a little bit. Here we go, estoppel certificates. Y'all know what these are, right? How important are the estoppels and where do they come from? I'm not even gonna do the talking. Which one of you can share what the estoppel is and why we need it? Please make a note of the turquoise, by the way. Anyone comfortable in sharing?
I want to know if I'm buying a property, what all these leases are going to be, who's obligated for what, and what I'm going to either make or not be making.
Amen. Amen. And who's signing it?
It's confirmation that the tenants agree they got a lease.
Amen. Because I'm not talking about Miguel and I ain't talking about the people I represent or even myself. But the truth is, I can make a rent roll say anything I needed to say. And these investors who are buying these buildings that have existing tenants need to know, what are the tenants actually paying for rent? How much in abatements and concessions did you give them? Are they paying extra money for reserved parking? Did you promise a brand new air conditioning at lease renewal in 2 years? I need to know this. So the estoppel document has the tenant tell stuff, and I don't have to depend on the landlord because they may fudge the records. Sometimes lenders come through and they want an estoppel just to see how the occupancy is looking. I can change anything in a rent roll to say anything I want it to say. People want to get the information straight from the tenants, and that's who's going to sign this document. Can anybody else share anything else or shed any light on these docs and why they're so important?
Also, if there's any deposits there.
Absolutely. Counting up all that money. Take a look on the screen. I'm going to show you. This is what the estoppel doc looks like. It's the one pager. The ones that banks generate on their own, one page, maybe two tops. I've never seen a lengthy one before. But if you'll take a look at what's on the document, there's not a whole lot in there. Here's what it's looking for. Please tell me what your base monthly rent is. Current additional rents and fees that might be your triple nets or whatnot. Rent payment due dates. I've got national tenants whose due dates were the 15th, not the 1st. So that money did not come in at the beginning of the month like you might have thought it was. Advanced rent payments on file. Deposits on file for sure. Offset against rent. So these are costs due to the landlord from due to the tenant from the landlord, or curing a landlord default, and the landlords do default if the lease will include such language. Some leases, people forget to hold the landlord responsible for stuff like utility supply. Lease expiration dates. Renewal options are a massive deal, at least to me they are. Right of first refusal. Verifying all improvements made, no ownership interest. Whoops. So let me get renewal options real quick. Who's got a nice way to summarize what the heck those are? Nice way of summarizing a renewal option. Who can say that in 15 words or less? Tell you what, it's my specialty. All that is it gives someone the opportunity, someone being the tenant, to renew the lease and not wait for a landlord to make the offer. Here's why you're going to want a renewal option. You're going to be you're going to represent a brand new tenant who's moving into a suite. And we spent a lot of money doing build out, painting, custom lighting, crown molding, special terrazzo on the floor, whatever it is you did. And to risk not getting a renewal from a landlord, one, is foolish on the landlord's part too, but to not be able to assure your ability to stay in a place where you put tens of thousands of dollars in the build out is a little foolhardy. So a renewal option says, I have two options, two opportunities to renew this lease three years at a time. So that gives the tenant 6 years of power, so to speak, to stay. And that's what you want. You want to give your tenant the ability to say, hey, I'm staying, as opposed to waiting on the landlord and giving you a renewal form. That's all. So you also, if you do it right, you will secure the rental rates into the future. I'm not a big fan, if you're repping the tenant, of saying at market rates. We're not market rate, nothing. I still need my nice low discounted rate. So there you go. Helps you control costs and guarantee you can stay. Continuing on, unless someone has thoughts, experiences. I see y'all don't, so let's keep going. Here we are with the deeds of trust and other security interests. Interest rights and restrictions associated with deeds and leases are often recorded. You need to review any relevant docs to understand how those conditions might impact the marketing and sale of a property. And I think everybody in here, y'all have already understood how to do that. Take a look at our picture though. There's mention of legal title and equitable title. Who knows the difference between the two? Hopefully you would. Does anyone know how to explain the difference betwixt the two? I'm in shock.
Equitable title generally exists when someone doesn't actually have title, legal title, but they have an interest in that particular property. So investors will do it periodically when they sell it or transfer it before they even purchase it.
An equitable title is something that the entity that's going to foreclose on the property has. You have equitable title. That means you have the right to foreclose if the mortgage wasn't paid. So it's not the same thing as actually having title or the deed to the property. That means you have the right to go back and claim the property if the actual mortgage instrument wasn't satisfied. The terms weren't satisfied. There are two different types of deed instruments or title instruments there. Take a look at it though, if you're ever just interested in it. Texas is a deed of trust or non-judicial state as opposed to a mortgage instruments or judicial state, meaning the benefit of a deed of trust state, which is what we are, means that we're a lien theory state. So for lenders, the foreclosure process is expedited through the use of a trustee that can act on behalf of the lender. Y'all ever get them Linebarger and associate letters that say we about to foreclose on you? That is the trustee that is acting on behalf of the lender that is about to throw you into foreclosure. So just want to let you know we're a lien theory state. And those, let me back up, that equitable title is held by that trustee. It's an interesting concept. It's actually taught in GRI. I don't know if you've ever seen it before, depending on who teaches it to you, but it's interesting that we're a lien theory state. Also, I want to get you here. Let me see if we have got time for this. Texas law. Now, this is something that happened for real to me. And I want to see who knows how to get out of this. In general, this is in general because everything has an exception. Texas law says at such time as a mortgage loan is paid in full, the lender must provide a borrower with the release of lien. The release of the deed of trust, that's the other type of deed here, which is the mortgage that is placed on the property. The document must be signed by the lender in front of a notary and filed or recorded at the county courthouse. But the question on the table becomes, but what do we do if the bank didn't do this? The bank failed to do this and the bank doesn't exist anymore. And your client looks like they've got 2, even 3 loans on the same house still running concurrently. What do you do? The house has been refied 3 times and these releases of lien weren't filed. What do you do? Okay, Gerald, the great answer, pray. And I did. I did pray. I really did pray. I got a solution, but this was a tough one. This is one of the toughest ones I ever had. Has anybody had experience with this before? And I want to share it with you because I never thought I'd see anything like this in my life. I got smacked with it by the title company because they found out that it looked like the first deed, or excuse me, the first mortgage payment, that the release of lien was never filed. It should have gone over to, I forgot who the original, no, I'm not going to tell you who it was because you'll know who the story was. The bank that had it, I think, sold the thing to GMAC or somebody, and they sold it again to another entity. The second and the third filed properly. It was the first one that didn't. I'm going to let y'all off the hook and tell you what I had to do to prove the lady didn't still owe on the first original loan. And one more time, I'm just asking, any clues, any guesses, any thoughts? Where in the world would you start? We can't close because she still owes money. I see the most clueless look I've ever seen. Let me tell y'all, first of all, that was my face. I don't know if you know this. I think McQuay does. She's a friend. And by trade, be honest with you, by trade, for about 15 years, I was a professional print journalist in Houston, working at the Houston Post. We were a 2-paper town back in the day. Yay, Houston Post. Anyway, but I had to use my reporter skills to get this deep in the process. What I found out was this was Banco Popular, and they shut down in Texas. And they went into conservatorship. And I didn't know about banks going into receivership and conservatorship and other banks taking over banks and files and all kinds of crap. But I had to find out who the heck took the records and the money when the bank shut down. It's not like a bank shuts down and they call everybody and say, hey, come back, get your money right quick. We finna shut down. Things had to be moved around. So the question became, who became the conservator of the records and the money and the files? And does anybody know who that entity is? Your first stop is the FDIC. Let me put some stuff up on the screen, y'all, my friends. If this ever happens to you, please don't let this hold up your deal. This thing took me 3 extra weeks to find out what in the heck happened. Your clue here, bam, the FDIC. And what I found out was conservatorship was the word I needed to be asking. And it turns out that this is a form of temporary management and control of a problem bank. These people will take over all the powers of the bank, shareholders, directors, officers. Their primary objectives are to preserve and conserve the assets and attempt to return the bank to sound and solvent condition until the issues were resolved. In this case, that didn't happen. It did shut down. But then the FDIC, I got on the phone with them. I actually called somebody up. And the lady said, no, it went into receivership. Another bank now is in control of these old files. I said, well, who is that bank? She said, well, let me look in the books. And for those of you who are old enough, and I need to ask this because I come from a place of paper. I love paper. Do y'all remember when we used to store things in books that were at least this big, where you had to take both hands and flap the thing open? I'm talking big record books, the kinds you see downtown at the county. This woman went in them old books. You could hear her flip the page, wham. And she looked, she said, give me a minute, it's about 100 things per page, and she found it. And so Banco Popular went to Bank Popular in California. They didn't change the name. It went to some other bank in California that looked a lot like Banco Popular, but it went to California. I called them up. They said, yes, we did take over these files in this bank, and we're looking, and we see this woman's name, but she does not owe us money. I said, can I get some paperwork that says so? They said, well, how do we give you paperwork? She's not a client. She don't owe us money. Okay, I heard what you said, but I need you to say that in writing, that she doesn't owe you any money. And it took us a week to get there. And I said, listen, you got to help me now. Please verify that you took over these people's records. I don't owe you anything. They finally did it, and they had to put the bank stamp on it. It could not be a rubber stamp. It had to be a raised paper stamp. That's problem number one. I need one of them stamps that raises the paper and puts bumps on it. She had to mail them, old school, because we could not accept a faxed version of it. So I need my raised paper bumpy thing to come on in. I need 3 copies. My friends, my raised paper bumped stuff got to me. And it turns out that the seal from the bank, yes, sir, yes, ma'am, Candace, my seals were written in Spanish. We don't take anything that is not in English in Texas. Let's try again, California. Please get you a seal. And they didn't have one that was in English. That's how bad this got. They didn't have one in English. So now I have to find a notary in Texas who can certify that what's on the sign on the seal in Spanish said this in English. I ain't never been through so much crap in my life because somebody didn't put a release of lien on a loan document. So what I'm saying is this: call the FDIC, find a bank that took receivership, and make sure whatever paper seal you get is written in English. We finally got that done and the house sold. And do you know this woman, client of mine, had the nerve to give me a rating of 3 on my client rating because it took too long to close. That was the last time I used the rating system at HAR. If I could have reached out and wrung her neck, I would have. You didn't follow up with your own loan and you mad because we closed 3 weeks late, but I got the job done. Boy, I tell you. So anyway, if it ever should happen to y'all, FDIC, who's the receiver, get the thing sealed up with raised bump stamper there in English. That's it. I had to share that, y'all. I apologize. I'm feeling, let me just let the blood drain from my head a little bit, but it was hard, y'all. It was difficult. And so even in cases like this, you need to make sure you know everything you can possibly do to help figure out where records are. And now I ask you, do you really want to be in charge of all that stuff? People start leaning on you. Find the records, get me the data. This gets to be difficult. By the way, this is a little extra information. If you want to take a photograph of it, there's a link down there for FDIC. Bank failures, if you ever just want to find out if you're dealing with an entity that ever shut down and where to go, get that link. You just never know what you need in your arsenal. But this one shocked me. I never thought I'd ever need to do something like this. But when people start leaning on you as the source or the resource for information, your arsenal needs to run deep. Judgments and liens placed on the property can, of course, adversely affect the seller's ability to freely manage the disposition of that property. Y'all do your best to review public records and databases, but I would implore help from title companies to get help doing this. We can't, the point is what I just showed you lets you know you're not going to find it all. And I would suggest Stephen and Gerald and Chris and all my friends, Jim, y'all be cautious about making promises like, yeah, sure, I got that, Greg. No, what I will do is my best. And I suggest you also bring in an attorney. Plat and recorded easements. You got the public records databases, and they might also have some of these items out there for you. Try to help obtain copies of these documents to ensure that the current or intended use doesn't infringe upon the rights of someone else through encroachment. I'm asking by show of hands, by reading this statement, and I mean, look at what it says. Agents should obtain. This is what your text says. Now forgive me, because I try not to stray too much from the text. Does anybody see a problem with that statement there? Agents should obtain. Benjamin, go ahead, please, my friend.
You need to go double check that if you're going to be the one buying it.
Yeah, and that's, see, yeah, I'm getting the head nods now because your text for the rest of the day is going to have sentences that say you should. And this is one of the, remember guys, when I keep telling you we need to keep correcting these books, this is one of these things I got to work with TR to, I want to help change some of that language so that agents don't feel like they have to. To Benjamin's point, the fact that you should be the one to obtain these records, no, we're going to assist you to the best of our ability without claiming that we're going to get everything. I am not going to make that promise to you that I have located everything. That's what attorneys are for. That's what these title companies do. I'm not the records digger upper around here. So again, your text is going to say this throughout the day for the rest of the day. And so for my newbies in the room, be very cautious about saying, well, the book said, if you look around the room, your coworkers are nodding and telling you, be cautious. Just be cautious. Don't take on too much liability. Now let's hit a favorite subject before we hit lunch. Floodplains. Information about flooding for a specific address and area anywhere in the US can be obtained from the FEMA website. You can take a look down there at the bottom and there's your link if you need that information. City and county websites in Texas also have some of the same information regarding the areas in their jurisdiction. But how about we get a little more specific? Take a picture of this if you feel like you like it. This is really actually very much about residential as well because it shows up in the contracts. So according to FEMA, most hazardous flood zones are V zones, usually first row beachfront properties and A properties. These are usually, but not always, near water. Then we've got flood insurance is mandatory in all V and A zones because of the high potential of flood. This is just information for you to see about who's in especially these high risk areas versus the low to moderate risk areas. And this is something else I want to share. The non-technical and simplified definition of a floodplain. Here's what it says. It's an area adjacent to a body of water, period. That is a floodplain. On a good rainy day, the puddle on the sidewalk next to me is a decent enough body of water. I'm being very facetious, but that's not enough for me. Using this definition to determine if your property is in a floodplain is very deceiving. You may be located 5 miles away or more from a river or stream and find your house covered with water from the overflow. Communities experiencing large growth can also create floodplains where none previously existed. I want you to catch this. This is from FEMA, not from me, FEMA, and I quote, Louis Boda, Federal Coordinating Officer for FEMA says, our experience leads us to advise the public that everyone lives in a floodplain. Period. This is from FEMA itself. Flooding can be brought on by rains, broken dam, or by a drainage system becoming clogged after heavy rains. Even if a property is not in a floodplain proper, citizens should prepare themselves by getting flood insurance. FEMA as an entity just said, everyone lives in a floodplain. You need to kind of behave like it. Now, let me ask you guys, who knows what a 100-year floodplain is? Anybody know what that means and how to describe it to a client? Because I admit, before I started doing research and teaching these classes, that one eluded me too. Does anyone comfortably know how to explain what it is? Let me give you a simple definition. Means it floods every 100 years. First of all, Gail, I'm going to give you a round of applause for being brave enough to say, seriously, what many of us think and some of us actually say. Gail, I was right there with you. Now, let me tell you what I learned from FEMA to get you a better answer so that we all can help our clients, because I'm guilty of having said the same thing and thought the same thing. Let me get you to the slides. Here we go. This is from FEMA. The severity of floods tends to get put into terms of years, a 100-year, a 500-year, even a 1,000-year flood. But this isn't an assessment of the worst flood in that time. A 100-year flood isn't necessarily something that happens once every 100 years. Rather, a 100-year flood is an event that has a 1 in 100 chance of occurring in any given year. But let me expound on this just a little bit. Likewise, a 500-year flood isn't necessarily something that happens once every 500 years. It's something that has a chance of occurring, 1 in 500 chance of occurring in any given year. So listen at the quote here. If one of those events occurs, it has no effect on the future events occurring. So in other words, and this is from the National Weather Service, if a 100-year floodplain event occurs, that does not mean that people are safe for 99 years. You can have as many 100-year floods as you want in a year. It says the risk of having the flood in any given year is the same, regardless of whether it occurred recently. Ditto for 500-year floods. We can have 6 100-year floods in 1 year. It's just the chance of it occurring, but it doesn't mean it's only going to occur. So again, be cautious about assuming that it's only going to occur once in 100 years. It just means it's once in a 500 chance, but you can have 3 of them in 1 year. And again, take a look. What number storm are we on right now? 52? No, what number storm are we on? We have ripped through the alphabet, the Greek letter alphabet. Seriously, what number are we on? Does anybody know? Because we could have had, are we?
Like 32, I think.
Yeah.
I thought we were well out of the 20s.
I think we're in the 30s.
Yeah, we done ripped through 2 sets of alphabets here. I think we're going, I got to look that up. But the truth is, you can have 3 100-year floods in the same year. And let me help you out. I got flooded out with equal severity by the 2016 tax day floods and the 2017 Harvey flood. Twice. I lost my car in 16 and my home in 17. Back to back, 2 years in a row. So yeah, it's not a once in a 100-year situation. So just to get you all off the hook, you speak to clients, it's a 1 in 100 chance, but it can happen frequently. That's all. So don't let them think they're safe. Oh, it happened. We're good.
The thing is, they also change depending on what's constructed around you. Yeah, if you get other neighborhoods coming in, that may affect you weren't in the 100 flood, now you are.
There you go. So yeah, what FEMA said in the very, very beginning, Mr. Boda said, everybody's in a floodplain. Spoop, that's it. That's your safest bet. Am I in floodplain? Yeah. Now go get you some insurance and just call it a day. Oh, we want a hug too, little Parker. Oh, I love the kids when they come through. That's what you get to do. You get to love other people's kids. Probability is about the possibility that something is going to happen. So that 1 in 500 chance is a probability. It just says it's the possibility that something's going to happen. It's not a guarantee that something will happen. It's just it's about the likelihood that something could happen. That's all that is. So again, it's not an absolute that it'll only happen once in 100 years. It's just about the possibility. So there y'all go. And look where we landed. 10-minute break plus your lunch. See my friendly faces back here at 1 o'clock. Y'all didn't even know we slipped right on into lunch. Y'all get on up out of here.
Hey, Mish.
No.
You want a funny story about liens and things like that just happened?
Oh, freeze. First of all, I want it, and it's good. You got to share it with anybody else when you come back.
Okay, I'll share it when you come back if you'd rather me do it then. If that gives you.
I mean, I wanted to hear it, but you want to tell it twice? You want to hold it? What do you want to do?
I'll tell it twice, then you can decide real quick.
What you got?
I listed a piece of property for a friend of mine. It was a large piece of acreage. Listed it. We got a contract on it. He said he owned it. I took it as no difference because, like I said, I checked title stuff. It showed him to be owner, but it showed that he had a personal lien that on it from the lady that he was buying it from, and they did it all legal. So he owed her some money. He somehow ended up with an IRS lien that he didn't know about of considerable amount and a state of Texas lien of considerable amount. He didn't know about these liens, or he claims he didn't know about these liens.
Mm-hmm.
We get under contract and we start through the process. The title company finds the liens. I take him the information. Of course, he's devastated because the liens now.
They're going to wipe out everything he was going to make, huh?
But during from the time that I listed the property to the time we got it under contract, he also went into bankruptcy. We had to get permission from the courts to sell the property, and then for that money to be sent and used to pay off debtors. So anyway, we go through all this. We get notified that we have to have the property sold by October 1st, or the original lien holder is going to foreclose on the property with these liens attached to it. So we're like, well, we pushed this deal and pushed this deal all the way up to the end of October, and the buyers just finally backed out. They just, after 3 months of extensions and everything, they finally just said, we're done, we're backing out. So we're 3 days from the end of the month. He calls the lawyer. The lawyer says, okay, we're going to foreclose. They foreclose on November 1st or 2nd. I can't remember the exact date. I canceled my listing because I had no listing at that point. They sell the property on the courthouse steps.
Oh.
And they sold it for enough to supposedly cover his debt to her, the lawyer's fees, and the money that covered the liens, because the liens have to be paid before they can convey title.
Right.
I'm thinking, okay, so now they're going to come after you for these liens because now it's a personal thing. They said, nope, we're not coming after him for the reimbursement of the money from the sale. So he ended up getting the property sold and walking away with the liens erased, we guess, because the lawyers are not going to come after him for the difference in what they actually sold it for and everything like that. It's the weirdest situation I've ever been in, but
oh my God.
But it started out, everything was good. He wasn't in bankruptcy, nothing had happened, but just shortly after he did all this. And it just,
But you know, looking at the way the text is written, and I appreciate the people who wrote our text. I mean, I think they did a great job. There's a lot of good info in there, but I'm really not very keen on saying that we are the ones that have to find, the agent has to find, the agent must do this, because we're not experts at this stuff. You know what I mean? How do you know what you're supposed to look for and find? It's not what we do.
and some of that information is very personal, and you're not allowed to go in and get certain types of people's personal information, like records from bankruptcies. Of course,
That's an excellent point.
they don't just turn that information over to anybody. So that, anyway, I just thought it was hilarious that we went from fighting this all the way to the end, and he thought he was going to be stuck with 2 liens to somehow they magically got paid off.
You know what? I like that comment that you just made. That's going to be one of those comments I send to the higher powers that be with regard to making some adjustments to our text, that even some of these docs, we don't even have the right to pull up and dig for. So thank you for that.
Okay. Well, I'll see you after lunch. If you want me to tell a story, I can. If not, it's not that big a deal. So I just.
All right, but we'll hold on to it just the same. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Got a couple of minutes to go before we come back from lunch. Come on back in just a few more minutes. All right, we're wrapping up our calls and getting back to it. Let me take a Tylenol. No. No, Gail, y'all aren't giving me a headache. But if I should disappear from camera suddenly, just consider yourself on a 10-minute break. That's all I'm saying. If I should just disappear, take a break. All right, here we go. Coming on back. Let's see. Last thing we were discussing, crazy people. I believe we were talking about crazy clients, right? And I think Benjamin says, yes, we were actually. We were talking about crazy people. And Cheyenne, what was that you were sharing with me at lunch about? And it really was crazy. I can't even remember half of what you said about your liens and whatnot. What happened?
A client had some property for sale. We listed it. During that listing period, we got an offer contract came in, solid offer. He not only during that time period, right before then, everything was clear, but he owed the person he was buying from a lien that was on a deed of trust. He then filed bankruptcy, found out from the title company that he had 2 liens, an IRS lien and a state of Texas lien pending against him for tens of thousands of dollars that would have basically wiped out the whole sale. It wouldn't have been good. We get all the way to the end of the closing. We're like 3 days from the closing and the buyers back out, which the attorney had been giving us grief, threatening foreclosure during this time period. They had had enough. They walked away. He foreclosed on the property, sold it on the courthouse steps with the liens attached, sold it for enough money to cover what was owed to the original debtor and the lawyer's fees and the 2 liens. So it ended up basically covering, hold on just a second.
Did we just, what? Cheyenne.
Sorry about that. I had a 7-year-old issue. But anyway.
But you were saying you covered the liens and the lawyer's fees.
Yeah, basically the sold on the courthouse steps, everything was covered. I figured my client would now be having to deal with the fact that he's now going to be sued to recover that money that they had to pay out for liens. And they told him, no, we're not going after that. So he ended up, I guess his liens are paid and we don't know where it stands from here because that money had to be sent to the state of Texas and the IRS under his name. So we really won't know for a while how it turns out. But
yeah. Well, and the lien
things happen in real estate.
And you did mention something during break I thought was really key that I might even ask to have included in the textbook, which was sometimes, the onus for us to find all these documents it's unreasonable to put it on us because there's some stuff we're not legally allowed to have access to because it's private information. So just the idea that we're supposed to pull all this stuff up gets to be a little, I think, high in expectation. That's my personal thought. There's only so much I can do. And I will say this, guys, I don't know what to tell you about how comfortable we should be even leaning on a title company, but I got wind during a residential sale of the state having a tax lien on a property we were trying to sell. I call my client up, he wigs out. The man happens to be bald, but he wigs out anyway. And he goes, I don't owe anybody anything. And he really is one of those people who's responsible. So he flipped out. He was like, absolutely not. I don't get with that. I ended up calling the agency that had the lien on file. And the young lady I talked to says, can you give me a minute? I said, absolutely, because something about this ain't right. She comes back she calls me back about 20 minutes later. And she says, ma'am, we also filed a release of accidentally filed lien. I've never heard anything like that. So the state knew that it accidentally incorrectly files liens sometimes and has a release of lien form for those accidental filings. I said, you got to be kidding me. It's a form for that? She said, yes, there is. And so she sent that to the title company. Now I'm trying to figure out what percentage of the title fee I'm gonna get back for doing this work. Isn't that what we hire you for? And so this is one of the reasons I say, make sure the title company is able to do its job thoroughly. I was really actually very pissed off that what you did was almost kill this whole transaction for halfway researching this lien situation. The state accidentally, improperly filed a lien where there was no need to do so. So again, I'm just urging caution about being overly confident and overly helpful in areas where we may not be as thorough as we think we can be. Going ahead, moving forward, if anybody had a lunch that looked anything like that, holler, let me know where you got it from. So we're still back on water again, and we can't make any warranties, guarantees about an area flooding or not. We already saw FEMA. FEMA said, look, just tell them that everybody's in a floodplain or to make it safe. Uh-oh, Piata has said something like that. Piata, why am I not catching on to what you're adding? I love Raymond's comments, by the way. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Raymond's on food. My bad. But yes, yes, thank you. So FEMA says everybody's in a floodplain. I would add the word potentially. Everyone's potentially in a floodplain. But to help your clients do their due diligence, this is commercial as well as residential. I am a big fan of the Harris County flood warning system. Does anyone out there use this system? Has anyone used it before? I love this system. I just told you all that I lost a car in 16 and a home in 17. And until you have been rowboated out of your house, I'm telling you, I've never been through anything like it. PTSD is a very real thing. If it rains for more than an hour, my nerves are bad. I go through it mentally again. I stress out, heart rate goes up, blood pressure through the roof. It's really a serious thing. When you got to grab a Chihuahua, your best computer of 3, a couple of pairs of underwear, a roll of tissue, and the most sturdy clothes you have, because you may have to sit in the shelter for 6 days straight, and figure out what is of value in your life that will fit in a backpack while you watch everything else float away. It does something to you. So now when it rains, and as I'm getting ready to purchase a home, let me show you what this website looks like. Let me go ahead and pull it over so you can see it. This website is what I look at when it rains in the area where I think I want to move. Let me go ahead and share the screen with you. And this again is the Harris County flood warning system, but I'm going to show you a Texas-based one as well. Get your screen up for you. Let me let you see together. And this thing really has risk. Why do I keep hitting the wrong thing? Unless that's my little dirty little mouse. Let me try again because it's making me share the wrong thing. Try this again. Share. There we go. That's what I needed you all to see. So let me open this screen up. There we go. So what I am looking at and sharing with you all is the Harris County flood warning system. And this is Harris County as it stands today. It's not raining right now. Now, what I will do on a rainy day, particularly after it's been raining for an hour, is I start to zoom in on where I live. I start zooming in because I want to get a little closer to my neck of the woods. So that is about right here. And so what I'll do is I will put the mouse over this indicator that lets me know this is the body of water near where I live. This is 1150 Cypress Creek at Highway 249. You will click the blue for more information. Let me see if I can enlarge the screen slightly. You might have a little trouble looking at it. First thing it takes you to is the rainfall scale, and you can see whatever the totals are for the moment. But this isn't the thing that makes me the happiest, because this is rainfall each hour. It's the stream elevation that I enjoy looking at, because what it does, if you will scroll down, is what you're looking at is live time feedback of where the water levels are in anything that holds water that's on that map. So right now where I'm at, this 1150 Cypress Creek, the water is down here. If it was raining, I could literally watch this thing creep up And the closer it got to this red line, oh crap, we're about to flood. So guess what I do? I start looking at these in areas I think I want to buy a home in to see which ones fill up the fastest. I might have to rethink where I decide to purchase my home. This little cross section right here, you can barely see it, but that's a thin blue line because the water is very low. But as the flooding gets closer to this red line, it gets higher and higher on this cross section of this body of water. And so if people want to know, what goes on in this area, send them to this website so they can take a look at what's happening with the water. The other thing they can look at for the Texas area is this, the Texas Water Dashboard. And I'm going to show you, you can take a picture of the websites and the screens that I'll show you from the PowerPoints in just a second, but it is the Texas Water Dashboard. This is a screen that you'll get when you go to the site. Then I'll give y'all links in just a second. And when you get rid of it, you get this. You get this big old map of Texas. Now I've already taken the time to go ahead and zoom on into my respective area. So let's go on over there instead. So this is real time. If you want to click one of these bodies of water, click, it shows you a real-time stream flow, real-time stream stages. And this is for Texas, not just my area. So if anybody ever just really wanted to know what was going on with water and whatnot, let me move this back off the screen here. This is one thing that they can check that you won't have to check with them. That you won't have to make guarantees and warranties for them. Let's see. Come on, move away there. Let me hit stop share. There we go. So those are two sites. And let me go ahead and put the actual links back up on the screen. You can take a screenshot instead. There you go. Share. So this was the first one. This was for those of you who are in my neck of the woods in Harris County. That's the flood warning system, and you can watch it real time, watch the water filling up. And then the second one was the water dashboard. If you want to take a picture of that as well for all of Texas, you can. But I like to keep my eye on the water. I'd like to know. And if you all specialize in a certain area of town, you want to be able to say with some certainty what you know about these bodies of water. And, I've noticed that after about 4 hours of steady rain, this becomes a concern. And that way, at least you got some information. Or if you prefer not to put your foot in it and say, well, what you can do, go to those sites and monitor what's happening with the water. But right now, like some of you have already said, stuff changes too much around these parts. I'm scared to death to make a warranty about what does and doesn't flood, because like y'all said, with the construction, too much is changing. So anyway, tax records. Boy, isn't this a ball of fun here. Homeowners in Texas, yeah, we got to have it. We got to get the flood insurance. Taxes affect the NOI for the property, and as such are an important consideration for investors when they're looking at that feasibility. However, property tax payment information, well, you're supposed to be able to get it from the county tax office, but you're only going to be able to get so much information. Appraisal district websites have some information. It says you should verify all tax information independently, blah, blah, blah. Do your best. Do what the public records will allow you to do and acknowledge your limitations. Just don't make warranties about finding everything or certifying what you find. That's not what you're able to do. So what is your response? And I'm opening this up when your seller tells you this one, and I've heard this in residential a lot, and I don't like it. When they tell you that he or she knows the tax records are incorrect and they ask you not to disclose that, what do you do? And I'm talking about square footage, and the CAD is different than what the actual square footage of the house is. How do you address this when people actually tell you, well, I don't want to say anything about that, but they want you to list the home? I see a few smirks like, oh, Lord, we just give up the listing. Are y'all walking away from the listings? Joe is like, no way. Chris, do you have something that you do or do you say to people to kind of fix that? Hit your mute button.
I asked for a source document. If they have something, they should have documentation, because our broker won't let us put per seller. It has to have a source.
Gotcha. Now, but what if the two sources disagree? I'm saying, and I've seen people, they know the CAD information is incorrect. You know, the MLS will fill itself from the CAD and they know it's wrong.
A square footage assessment from an appraiser.
Okay.
For your square footage. If it's a year, I really don't know, other than if they have their plans and specs. But usually it's square footage where I'm at. I'm in Forney, east of Dallas.
And so do you hold strong to your clients that, hey, look, I have to disclose the proper number. I am not going to act like I don't know.
If they don't have a source document, I have to go with what tax says.
But I'm saying, if you know it's wrong,
then you put a comment in private remarks. Seller says XYZ, and you source it that they're saying it, but I have to put whatever I have a source for. I can't put a number that I don't have a source for.
Gotcha. Okay. So seller is saying that this is the number, even if they told you not to say something, you're disclosing. Well, amen. That sounds like I'm keeping myself out of trouble. Joe, how do you handle it?
I tell them we have to disclose, and we have to use what is in the CAD. And then a way to verify that with them, to make them back down a little bit. Say, look, if that was incorrect, why didn't you go to the tax office before and tell them, that you didn't have that many square feet. So you've been paying less taxes for all these years. And so it just kind of backs them down a little bit. But no, I just tell them we have to put what's actual factual data. And I do disclose everything about it. And sometimes you got to watch these people because they don't want to disclose leaks or things like that. So you got to do an inspection yourself.
Yeah, you got to be everything. I tell you that. Let's see what Chris said. We use tax records or an appraisal drawing to support the evidence. Ask for source doc. We already know what Chandra says about to be the source to the source. I think that's the phrase of the week there, my friend. I definitely understand that. This is why I try not to be the source, because there's so much to be responsible for. Very difficult. Let's see what Chris says. We use tax records, and then I had a listing 4 years ago, measured 400 square feet smaller than the tax records. Buyer was mad. Asked for a concession, but the house still appraised for the contract price. Exactly. Seller didn't concede and use the info they've been told all these years. I tell you, we take a lot of risk and do what we do for a living, a lot of risk. And I've got some stuff to share with you guys, more stuff that's not necessarily book. So I hope you don't mind me doing that. This is what I do when they tell me don't disclose. I got to get on up out of here. Bye, y'all. I'm leaving. I leave. I can't be involved with you. So we got to go off book real quick. It says your text says you. And again, it says you should verify zoning laws. And I'm telling you, when it comes to zoning, that's such an art. That's such a skill. That's so specific to what you do or do not know how to do. I really would encourage you to lean on what your training is and what your licensing says you're able to do. The thing also goes back and says very wisely, buyers should consider making any contracts subject to zoning approval, just as a clause to put in there in case we guide them in the wrong direction. So in case we get misinformation, even from the professionals, make your contract subject to zoning approval. In the case of leases, and these are just simple leases, I will make the lease subject to certificate of occupancy, approval on a certificate of occupancy. We've seen problems with construction, stop a lease dead in its tracks. So there are some things you can put in contracts to kind of cover you in case things don't happen like they should. And I definitely recommend doing that. Planning and zoning offices, yeah, they got a whole bunch of stuff. I think your best bet is to get to know the people inside of them, if you can. Agents, it says in your book again, should spend the time to get acquainted with the materials available. But I like this part, and the decision makers who formulate and approve of the various growth initiatives so they can better understand what's going on in the area. And I do encourage you guys, get to know these folks. Somebody said only in Houston. But definitely get to know these people. Shannon is a very good friend of mine. Again, she is one of the Harris County inspectors in my neck of the woods. Used to work quite a bit. Shannon is a resource. This woman will answer my phone calls even while she's sitting in a movie theater. I've never seen anyone like it, but she's been uber helpful. And let me just tell you how serious this can get and how helpful it can get. Has anyone ever had to do a build out that required a wet sprinkler system where there wasn't one before? Has anybody ever had to add in a sprinkler system? Not easy, not fun. But when you do that, we ended up having to do this commercial level hydrostatic test on the fire line. And that test, y'all know what that does. It's looking for leaks, except for us, the leak, we weren't looking for leaks in the pipe. We were supposed to be looking to see if the valve was going to hold after 4,000 pounds of pressure in place for so many hours. We didn't pass. We just didn't pass. The lines were old, they'd been unused, and the valve didn't hold. At the time, we had what was called the gate valve. And so if that's your cross section of pipe and this is your valve, the valve was supposed to go up. It was supposed to just interrupt the flow of water. That valve was too weak and it just didn't work. It didn't seal and it didn't stop the flow of water. At the end of the day, we ended up having to put a ball valve in there instead. Got it. But without the fire line working, we weren't supposed to be able to let the new tenant restaurant open. We weren't supposed to, but because of good relationships and good faith that the inspectors had in us, they gave us a 60 or 90-day conditional certificate of occupancy, allowed the tenant to open up, and gave us, it was either 60 or 90 days to get that valve fixed and pass that hydrostatic test. That is not something you get every day. But because of relationships with those people, thank God we could open up that restaurant in a timely fashion. Other than that, the landlord was about to lose a lot of money on build out. We just didn't know it was going to happen because the fire line was the landlord's responsibility. Whole bunch came with that one. NDAs, non-disclosure agreements. I know that's right. Okay, so let me keep going forward, but develop relationships with them. And guys, if you don't know, give me a call. I'll tell you how to find them. We're going to use the chat for this. Let's not worry about that right now, but answer this question for me using the chat. Per the text, you were charged with a lot of responsibility to verify data. What is these answers? What are these choices is the one that you would use? Will you perform all of these tasks even without being asked? Let me put this back on the screen. I thought it was showing it to you and it's not. Will you perform each task only if asked by your client? Will you suggest your client engage his or her attorney to assist you? Just put it in the chat. Or suggest your client engage your attorney unassisted by you. What will you do with all these requests? Oh, wow. A lot of y'all are like, I'm out. Okay. Ooh. Wow. I got to admit, I'm shocked. I'm not a deviation in the bunch. Wow, okay. All of you said, I am not going to necessarily guarantee I can do all this. And I do understand. And especially until you get skilled at who to call and where to go. Next question. Again, just use your chat here. We're going to skip over if you do opt to perform any of the tasks to verify any data, would you perform them with no fee? My commission's enough. Would you perform them with an upfront fee that you'll discount from the commission if we close? Would you perform them with an upfront fee that has nothing to do with your commission, or would you create some other alternative if you did agree to do any of this? Y'all are serious, man. Performing with no discount from commission. So we're talking two separate. I kind of don't blame people for going with C, because you could be doing all this work only to find out we have no deal. You could be doing a lot of work to find out we have no deal. So I can't say I blame people for taking C. I am curious in the room, do we have any brokers or agents in the room who do require certain fees up front? And would you mind sharing if you do? Because one of my agents did require fees up front, separate from commission. Does anybody do that? I got a note.
I've required a marketing fee.
All right, now refundable upon closing or no?
At the front of the listing, that was the first fee I charged. I put it in my contract just because it was my first commercial deal. And I knew that just to get the big wood sign made was going to be expensive, but I was also going to have to put a huge banner on the side of the building. And I was concerned about what I would have to pay CoStar and all this kind of good stuff. So, you know, I just threw a number out there at them and got it. They just said, okay.
Okay.
So it was like $2,500 they gave it to me.
So, and this had nothing to do with commission. You weren't giving it back.
Nope, that's on top of the commission.
All right now, Gail says I have a fee if they terminate before listing expires. All right now. Yes, ma'am, Miss Gail. I appreciate that. Lots of people run their businesses different ways. So total respect to all of you for doing what you do, the way you do it. Someone said, Raquel, I do as well on the fee if the listing expires. Same.
You froze up on me. I don't know about everybody else.
Yeah, I don't see her either.
She froze.
Yeah, you froze, Mish.
Is this a 10-minute break?
Something like that.
She may have to go out and come back in.
So what was the official answer to those two questions? I don't think she ever told us.
I don't know if it actually has an answer. I think she was asking more opinion, no?
Well, that's kind of what I thought, but I don't know. With the way these tests are, they may be expecting an actual answer.
Good point. So, Taryn, you're in charge of the class now, right?
Not me.
Well, you're like the next most senior person. It's you or Matthew.
I don't think I'm the most senior person, no. You seem to have a lot of experience.
Nightmares.
Mish is restarting her computer. She'll be back shortly.
Mish is back in the room. First of all,
oh, there she go.
I saw the bacon break. This is our chance to rebel. Oh, please. Oh, I saw all of that. Y'all need to cut that out. So I saw all of that. We're close to a break, but I saw myself freeze. And y'all forget that I actually watch myself like you see me. So all of the chat still comes through and I'm like, look at these people on bacon breaks. I saw first round on me. I'm like, they're about to get schnockered while I'm gone.
That's okay. We were debating about
We're
Taryn or
daydrinking.
Matthew taking the class over.
I saw all of that. That was hilarious. So anyway, did anybody need a drink? I'm just checking. And who said first round on me? Because I want in. That's all I'm saying. Whoever said that, I want.
That was Sandy. That was Sandy. So. She's in the chat.
That's what the 2,500 is for.
I saw all of that. That was hilarious. Okay, anyway, but I froze up. I saw myself freeze, but y'all's responses were hilarious. And I did see the vote being taken for who's going to pick it up and keep teaching. So y'all keep on. Let's see. Let me get back on screen with you. We're almost at a break too, by the way. And share that one. There we go. Y'all are just too much trouble and too much fun. So now it's time to gather data from the seller, and there's a whole.
I'm sorry, Misha. What was the answer?
That wasn't so much an answer. This was just a conversation.
Oh, okay,
Would
gotcha.
you take any money? Yeah, the thing that you were talking about before I froze up.
Okay.
Yeah, how would you handle it? And everybody runs a separate business. So you run your business the way you'd like to.
Never turn down free money.
Hey, you know what though? I gotta ask, are there any brokers in the room? Are there any brokers in the room? Okay, Sharon, Carolyn, let me see who else. Let me check the second screen. We got Ruth and is it Keaton or Keaton? Keaton, does it look like? Okay. So I'm asking the brokers in the room, if you found out that your agent took a fee up front that was not part of commission, would you require a part of that fee? Or would you let them go ahead and just hold their fee? Ruth, I see you opening up a mic.
Yes, it should be very clear in the policies and procedures what they can and can't do. So if they decide to do that upon themselves, and they are violating a company rule. So I would have to address it diplomatically, and depending on the severity of, commingling with personal funds, et cetera, that might deem a reason to get rid of them or fire them.
Yeah, and by the way, and I just wanted to put that on the table because agents sometimes aren't necessarily aware. Thank you, Benjamin, for that add in the chat, guys. We have to sign a statement of understanding with our brokers and agents every year, and a independent contractor agreement. There are 2 forms to sign every year with our brokers. And in that contractor, one of the 2, we're supposed to talk about bonuses and fees and the splits for all of it. And one of the things I suggest that you all do, so my broker buddies, Keaton, I won't put y'all on the spot, my friend, but to all the agents in the room, please check with your broker and don't be afraid to ask for proof of E&O. You also need to read those agreements to find out what is your share of the deductible if we all do get called in on something where we have to use the E&O insurance, because your broker may say that whole deductible is yours. So you never know. There's stuff you need to double check. I see Sandy saying I had my broker invoice the client when he received the money for the marketing fee. All right, now, Miss Sandy, very thorough over there. I appreciate that. But it's just the kind of thing to be aware of, because I do see people collecting fees and they don't say anything and they want to jump all over the broker. No, you got to share all that stuff. So thank you, Sandy, and thank you, Ruth and Keaton. So here we go, collecting data. Everything we talked about before, we were supposed to be helping the buyer, but now we got to get data from the seller. Who has ever listed commercial property for sale and gone through the mule pulling of trying to get documents from your seller client? I'm talking about if you ever tried to pull a mule, it ain't easy. Has anybody ever gone through trying to get docs out of a seller and gone through hell? Come on, Chandra, with it. Come on.
Pretty much every time. It's like they don't know where it is, depending on how organized your seller is. Some of these sellers are just not organized. They've never kept books. They don't know where stuff is. Like, you can kind of tell by what their desk looks like. Like if they're digging under piles of papers and receipts, looking for something, good luck.
Yeah, especially those that inherited property, don't know where docs are located. I don't know who's done what in their career, and this is definitely an open forum to share. We're working with sellers. Just know that the buyers are going to be asking for a lot of information. If you can successfully put the offer memorandum together, that means you did get a lot of documentation early. And that's always a preferred method of operation for me. Get the OM early. And that way you'll have stuff and you can reduce the amount of time you're burning up in the due diligence period. But anybody else gone through it? Because that eats up all that feasibility period there, and I can't stand that. Anybody else deal with it? It's horrible. People out of the country, out of state. I'm out of town. I can't do this. It's difficult. But let's get down the list of stuff that you may need to get from your seller client and be ready, because this is difficult. Reason for selling and permission to disclose, depending on what that reason is. Staff, salaries, other compensation information. And this, we'll talk about that in a minute. I got some feelings about that. Insurance information, licenses, permits, C of Os for the buildings, the tenants, violations, pending violations, all kinds of stuff. Current and pending litigation, zoning restrictions. There is a massive list of stuff that you need to get from your client. Please note what's in turquoise, just for the sake of your exam. Reason for selling. Now listen, reason for selling is not necessarily the kind of thing you are looking for just because you want to be able to tell the buyer. Some of that you need to know. Are you trying to get out of Dodge? Are you being sent somewhere for military purposes? You need to hurry this up. Are there deadlines associated with why you need to sell it so quickly? There may be something you need to know that will affect how you perform. So that may not necessarily be because you need to be able to answer a buyer's question. That may be something you need. So if there's material defects with the property and there's something wrong with that sucker, that gets to be a little bit of a trick bag because there will be some things that you are going to have to disclose. But find out if there are economic issues in the area with the building. The disclosure, what's the rule on disclosure, by the way, with regard to finances, your client's finances? What's the rule? I'm looking in the chat. Get permission. There you go. When it comes to your client's finances, if those are the motivations for selling, you have to have permission to disclose that. If there is a material defect with the building that says, hey, we've got this going on with it, I'm just not interested in keeping it up anymore, then yes, there's some disclosure that has to happen. But when it comes to the finances, you can't say something. You can't say anything without their permission, rather. Staff salaries and other compensation. So you may need to retain the staff that's there running the asset. That might be something that, or you may need to find out who staff is because you need to duck and dodge them. Some people who own buildings that have their offices in buildings that have staff in place don't want anybody to know they're selling. People who have buildings with tenants in them don't want tenants to know they're selling. Sometimes you got to be aware of who's who so that you don't give away things the seller is not ready to tell. So be aware of who is who and what you are and are not allowed to say, because sometimes owners aren't ready to tell. And we are talking everybody from the janitor to the security officer to the maintenance. I mean, not just the maintenance team, but office personnel for the management, everybody. Just be sure not to just tell it all. And I want to show you a little something on a separate presentation. Let me pull it up. Pulling it up. Give me one momentito for you. Don't know me. I always got something to show you. Just need a second to get there. All right. Sharing a different screen with you. Not my face, but that screen. These are some of the folks that you're going to need to be familiar with when you are getting involved in the sale of a building. Depending on how big the building is and what's going on, there's a lot to know and a lot to consider. And what I'm sharing is not a one-size-fits-all situation, but who is the person that actually owns it or the group? Who are the leasing people in place? You may need to be talking to the leasing agents about these, about the documents, the leases, the files. Let me see what you got, because now we need to talk about deposits and things on record. The PM in place may be the person that you are with most of the time if a seller is not available to you. PMs have access to a lot of information. They might be able to help you. Building engineers, when you're looking for certain things like drawings and plans, you may end up working with this person instead. Owners do not always get deeply involved in their properties. They may send you to the building engineer, so be familiar with who he or she is. And yeah, there might be a she. Office staff, I'm telling you now, you got to love up on the office staff. They'll stop you at every turn from getting where you need to go. Just be sure to recognize that the accountants HR crew, receptionists, these people can really help you with whatever docs might be stored in the file cabinets. Day porters, well, these are the folks you may not need to talk to. These are the folks who are going to be keeping up the grounds, keeping up the property, running in and out, but they are the ones that will see you as well. So make sure people are alerted to your presence if they need to be. So just wanted to let you know who some of your players were, because you'd be surprised. And also, for those of you who do want to dabble in property management, I want you to see one thing. This report from the Real Estate Center at Texas A&M University. Please take a look at the number of revocations and suspensions in Texas from 17 to 19. 55, the largest number, were from bad acts and negligence. Negligence has something to do sometimes with us not knowing what the heck we're doing. But when it did come to negligence, the biggest number of them came from property management. You're going to get in my neck of the woods, just make sure you find yourself a professional. And even if you're going to get into commercial, make sure that you find yourself a partner like our friends in here working with Taryn. Find yourself a partner that can help you through, because we do get in a world of trouble for stepping into territory that we are not familiar with. And again, these are some of the other things that we have been spanked for here. There you go. So just wanted you to see that on the property management side. Putting the slide back up for you. Don't want you in trouble. Want to keep you safe and in business. Where are we on time? We're doing pretty good. Title insurance, a copy of the seller's title insurance policy will provide interested parties with an overview of the title search findings at the time of sale. Encumbrances, third-party interests, as well as any exceptions to coverage. Check to see if any current conditions warrant concerns regarding the merchantability of the title. That's a lot. That is a lot, but not necessarily a bad idea. And believe it or not, it's actually break time unless anyone has a contribution. I think we're just in time for Ronnie. I'll see y'all back in about maybe 5-6 minutes before the hour. About 5 minutes before the hour, excuse me. Hey, Candace. Yeah, no, it's just, mhm. We're gonna be back in a minute or so. Wrap up your calls if you can. Got about a minute. Got about a minute. All right, where is my start video? To Cheyenne and John, that was my evil twin. That was my evil twin in the presentation there. All right, so if anybody knows where I can get a good pea and potato samosa, holler. I got the Italian eatery, Piata, on the radar. All right, really quickly, licenses, permits, certificates of occupancy for buildings and each tenant. Buyers will request from sellers copies of all that stuff, licenses, permits, and you should, for all kinds of systems in the building. This might be the kind of thing you definitely need to go to the property manager about. This is going to be the stuff that you didn't even know you were supposed to ask about. I think Taryn was mentioning some of this yesterday. Lots of things that you need to have permitted in a building, and some of us just don't think about those things. Don't let the next slide scare you, okay? We're not here yet. I just forgot to take it out, so excuse me for that. Let me just, hey, look at Raymond gone. Here we go. Hey, thanks, Benjamin. But when it does come to those permits, et cetera, you definitely need to find out from the PM what's going on. Frequent violations definitely can impact the reputational core of the property. This really can be difficult to cure if the property is known to have issues with fines and violations. We have all seen in the news, Peggy, haven't we, when buildings have issues with elevators, something happens to a person that gets hurt by one, and then it's revealed that it hadn't been permitted for years. I've seen this happen a lot. There are all kinds of things that people, let me back up there. You can see even through construction, I've seen walls come down and buildings had been, owners had been told for years that this is not passing certain, what is that? There's a phrase I'm looking for. They're looking at these properties. They can see that there's some structural damage. Damage wasn't corrected. And then when people get hurt or die, well, it's too late to do anything about that. You're in the news at this point. People have been hurt and you didn't pay any attention to whatever entity told you that you have an ordinance violation on your record. So keeping that stuff up to date is important, and especially if you got buildings that are being reported. Yep, the building that just collapsed in Memorial last month. That's what I'm saying. It's just, there's so much that goes on. There was one building in California, I want to say years ago, that people, it was a warehouse building, storage warehouse. People were partying on the second floor. The building was meant to store artwork, so nothing heavy, but the party was on the second floor. So we're dancing and jumping and we're packed. You all do know what happened to the second floor, right? The floor went from 2 to 1, but all those people in the building. The building had lots of ordinance violations on it and it was being misused. So you know that the owners were the ones that got spanked with that, and the building now has reputational issues. You know, there's some mark against the building now. So all that stuff matters. But you want to find out for sure. And by all means, y'all stand up, stretch, walk around as long as we can see you. Y'all continue to move if you need to. Hey, Ronnie, I need your face back into place though. Thank you, my friend. Let me put that back up on the screen for you. You know, one of these days I'm gonna replace this mouse and we're gonna stop this little game. My mouse keeps playing with me. There we go. Permits you may need. Here's a list that's not necessarily in your book, but you can go ahead and take a picture of this. These are a type of sign. Does anybody know what we call these signs? Put it in the chat if you are familiar with what we call these giant signs. So people can see the word. There's a word for them. There you go, pylon. And even though you might call that a marquee sign, and we would all know what you meant, at least in Texas Realtors Form 2101 in the repairs and maintenance section of the lease, it is referenced, Cheyenne, it is referenced as a pylon, P-Y-L-O-N. And people like me still prefer to use the word pylon. Monument, in my experience, this is not a one size fits all thing, but John, in my experience, for me, a monument sign is a little smaller. And in my mind, I have a tendency to make that a sign that's only got a single tenant on it. But that's just me and how I've operated with the owners that I've represented. But for the purposes of these large signs, pylon for sure. Now, I'm curious for any of you who have been around property managers, you know that you need to update and permit and inspect all this equipment and fire extinguishers and even the hoses, et cetera. But there's something else that needs to happen to this hose. Does anybody know what else needs to happen to a fire hose every few years? It's a real peculiar requirement, not just tested, Chandra, and it's a peculiarity. It needs to be recrimped. Recrimp it. Pull it out, stretch it out, and fold it in a different spot. Because if it stays crimped this way in perpetuity and you need that sucker to open up, it might not. So firefighters have shared with me that they like to have these recrimped so that they are not just sitting like that forever. Because the odds of it being used are pretty low. We rarely ever see it, but when it's time for that to open, you want to make sure it opens and not that it's been sitting in that position forever. So recrimping was something new for even a person like me. Then there's the FACP. I want you all to get familiar with this because when you walk into a building, you need to go find this first, period. Who knows what the FACP is? Anybody know what the letters stand for? I see Miguel. Miguel, say it for us.
It's a fire alarm system that it triggers to the fire department in case of a fire.
And it stands for the Fire Alarm Control Panel. Let me tell you something. Anybody who, there it is, John put that in there. Thank you. If the property manager you talk to doesn't know where this is, then stop talking to the manager. Okay, you're not running nothing if you don't know where that's at and what that means. I need you to be able to open up that cabinet and read them codes on the inside. And what I'm saying is this, when you're looking at a FACP and you're looking in that little window right there, there's a set of codes in there. So when something is bleeping and beeping and going off, you should be able to open the inside door and read out where the issue is and what the issue is. It doesn't always mean there's a fire, but you need to know what this is and if it's working properly or if this thing is running on bad battery backups. This thing going off one time too many because it's faulty, we'll have the fire department coming out there and mad as a dog at you. When you are acquiring a building, this needs to be running to absolute perfection. That's all I'm saying. You're helping somebody purchase an office building, get in there and take a look at that. That's a sore spot of mine when people don't keep up with the FACP. And one thing you don't ever want to do if you're a property manager is have one of these faulty, because you will piss off the fire department. Trust me, I know. Been there, did that. Current or pending litigation, any litigation tied to a client. Hands in the air if this is lawyer territory in your opinion. Because it's not something I'd go looking for pending litigation, I'm out of this. I would definitely refer my client to an attorney to do this kind of work. I wouldn't even begin to say, I know where to go and what to look for. Now, let me tell you the truth about me. I can dig up any record on anybody, but that's because of a 15-year history as a reporter. I know how to access every public record available, and I can do it faster than the average citizen. But I'm not doing that. I'm still not doing that. I am still, even with what I can do, sending them to their attorney. So if I'm not doing it, I am highly recommending that you reconsider doing this yourself. Anybody got any thoughts on that? Just before I move on, because we're going to move a little quickly if we can. Looking around the room, seeing those heavy lunch heads going off again. People are starting to lean in them hands. Zoning and deed restrictions. Well, we already saw how bad this can get, but definitely. Now, I would say get involved here. Confirm that the current land use conforms to its permitted use. Find out about deed restrictions. That kind of stuff may come into play when buyers want to buy a building who have an intention to do something that it turns out your building can't be used for. I've been in this position with the lady that had the adult daycare for people with Alzheimer's and early onset dementia. Turns out the HOA that ran that community said, we don't allow that particular business type in here. So at some little bitty level, you're going to need to get involved in that. And then dig deeper for soil reports. Now, this is when I think this is way above and beyond. And I do mean way above and beyond. But soil reports that were made a part of the foundational plan, post-construction plan, it says it should be made available to prospective buyers. Who has ever had someone ask you for the soil reports associated with the foundational plan? Has anyone been asked that? I haven't, but I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Has anybody been asked for that? Just in case it comes up, let me see if I can pull this up, because I've not been asked for soil reports, but it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. See if I can pull this up for you. All right, I am not a pro at dirt. I manage the things on the dirt. So let me show you this website. And allow me to increase so you can see it better. This is Web Soil Survey. And let me see if I can blow that up. Oh, there it is. That was way too big. Here, even I can't see where I'm at now. There we go. Web Soil Survey. The website is a long one. I'll send it to you. How in the world did I increase the size of this? Hold on, y'all. That's just too big. I don't even know how the heck I did that. That sucker, my whole screen is too big. What in the world did I just do? Let me see if I can decrease the size. Again, Web Soil Survey is what you're going to look at if you need some help. And there's a lot of information here you can see about understanding survey requirements, areas that have soil data, because this is different depending on where you are. Let me see, that's not your view. Your view is a little different than mine. Let me see if I can reduce that down. There we go. Ain't that something? Now I need a computer genius who understands the internet to tell me what in the world there it is. Let me, y'all, I don't know what I just did. I've never seen that before. Y'all ever seen that before?
Try to fit to window.
I got it now. I've just never seen, I hit something. I've never seen that. Here we go. Let me share the screen with you. I just never seen a web page or the screen enlarged like that. Here we go. And then let me see if I can enlarge this for you so you can see it closer. But this is the Web Soil Survey page. And it's not letting me enlarge it for you. So just make note, I'll put this in the chat for you. Let me just copy it and paste it. And that way you can go take a look at it. Let me get this. I'm giving it to Ronnie only. Let me give it to everybody. If you're interested in information like that, because that's not anything that I've done before. So that's now in the chat for you to take a look at. Awesome. All right. And then rearranging some things for myself on screen, moving over. And let's share the presentation for you. Well, that was a big flop, but I'm entitled to a flop. I get to do at least one. And more zoning and deed restrictions. The age of a building can be found through public records, but the owner can also provide information to you about the property's history. What was interesting though, is I want to go over this. There it is. It's the magnifier tool. That's what I touched. Let me close it. I have a question for you. This is a real life example, and you're charged with selling a building. And the building your client is attempting to sell smells of sewage sometimes. On more than one property, I've had to fix this. There's some tenants in the building that are saying, listen, I'm not renewing my lease because this building stinks. It's constantly got this nasty odor in it. So what in the world do you all recommend we do to resolve the problem of a stinky, smelly building? Does anybody know what we do? Cheyenne says venting. And y'all know I got a doozy for you when I finally do answer this question. But what do you do about a building that smells of sewage? Something is definitely wrong in the property. And this did happen to me at my Chase Bank building in Houston, Texas, on Buffalo Speedway at 610 across from NRG Stadium. Someone said, check P-traps. I don't spell it with an EA, but there you go. Check P-traps. We got a 5-floor building. Check P-traps. I can get with that. Hire a plumber to see if we can isolate the clause. Catan is closer to where we need to be as a solution. Stephen, call a plumber. I'm gonna come get you, Stephen. Let me tell you what the solution to this was. Because an owner of a property is looking at a PM to solve a problem like this. And here was the solution to this very real issue. It's called a plumbing smoke test. Some of you have done this in residential environments, but I had to do this in my building. And so what you do is you get you some disco smoke. You get on outdoors and you hook this machine up and you're about to throw you some smoke in the plumbing lines. Now you're gonna have to get in there and block off some of the line so that the smoke is forced into the building, not backwards in the line. And this is what it looks like residentially. You can see the line has got some issues where they were doing this smoke test on a residential level. And in an office building, this is what this may look like. We've got breaches in pipes, but do this on a 5-floor building. And does anybody know, before I tell it, does anybody know, let me put one more picture up. There you go. This is what it looks like on the commercial side. You start seeing stuff under sheetrock and whatnot. Does anybody know why we start seeing this in an office building? There's something we've been doing that's causing this. It turns out when construction is done wrong and we are building out suites, knocking down walls, adjoining suites, and we're cutting the plumbing lines, someone didn't cap the line. You can't cut the plumbing and not cap the line. So while a P-trap was part of the answer, and I'm gonna show everybody what someone meant when they said P-trap, while it was part of the answer, it wasn't the whole answer. So the solution was this, and I'm saying this because it might save a sale for you. In the 5-floor building, we told all tenants on a particular day, we're about to put smoke in the line. We're gonna smoke out this building today. So what I don't need you to do is call the fire department today. So at a certain time, if you see smoke coming through any part of your walls in your office, I need you to use this blue tape and mark the wall and then call us, me, my engineer, or the plumber. And if I tell y'all in 5 floors, we had 60 spots, 60. You know how much money that was for the owner to fix? They were not happy people, not happy people. However, we were about to lose Chase Bank as a tenant. Signage on the building and everything as a result of some plumbing. So yeah, the owner foot the bill for it. Wasn't a happy camper. But let me show some of you what was meant by P-trap, because that was an important part of the issue. Anybody want to explain the P-trap right quick while I'm pulling up the images?
So basically it allows the water to go through, but keeps basically like a little bit of water in the line. So that way the air doesn't back through and go through it. So that way you don't end up with all the nasty sewage smell.
There you go. All right, guys, this is your P-trap. Let me pull that up and let you see it. And I'm not expecting people to jump up and be property managers, but these things do come up even when you're participating in a sale or purchase. Why is this building funky like this? What's going on? Why am I smelling all this? Here we go. What I am showing you guys, all these slides I've been showing you, I've been giving you sneak peeks of the Commercial Property Management 101 course that is also available through your board. The P-trap is the pipe underneath your sink. All of you could get up right now and go look at it. And this thing, like, who was that speaking? I couldn't see who that was. Who was speaking?
It was me. It was Ben.
Ben, thank you. What Ben is saying is, here's your sink right here. Your sink, you're brushing your teeth, you're doing whatever you're doing, your water flows down. Ideally, there will always be some water sitting in this section right here, just holding a little water. And its job is to keep all of these sewer gases from flowing, back into your house. That's it. That's all the P-trap is there for. If you ever wonder why that pipe is shaped like that, it's meant to hold water. That's also why when you get up under there to open up your sink and your pipes, because you dropped a ring down there, you got to have a bucket underneath to catch that water, because whatever's in there is coming down with the ring. But take a look at this image as well. Let me see if I can forward. Another look for you to consider. Floor drains also have P-traps in there. This stuff all exists in your buildings. So even though it's not stuff you see and that you're not used to, you work with your property managers or the seller's property managers to make sure, hey, do you have your housekeeping crew, when they clean the bathroom, go ahead and drop the mop water down the floor drain? Some people want to keep that dry. Please don't. Put water in it. That's what it's there for. Fill it up. Flush the toilets and the vacancies on the regular. Keep the water where it's supposed to be. Don't let water drain out. That's what lets the smoke come on back in there. This is bad. Here's your sewer gases coming on back in. This is what you want. You want water sitting in your P-traps. And just to let you see what it looks like on the commercial side, and a little bit of a better view, is there are some of the pipes right there off to the side. Let me see if I can circle. See how they're cut but not capped? But then the sheetrock will go right over it, and you'll never know these pipes were cut but not capped. And that's what happened all over the Chase Bank building. And so we ended up having to do that smoke test to find out what was going on. So just wanted to show that to you, because you'd be surprised at the little things that'll hold up a sale that don't need to hold up a sale. Somebody says, can I go back one slide? Katan, what would you like to see? My presentation or the property management one?
Just the one just right before this slide.
Let me go back. Hold on. Let me take it back. That one right there. Awesome. And you can always sign up for the class, or at least ask your association to provide the class to you. I'd be happy to administer it. It is worth about 4 hours of CE credit, but if you all want to understand buildings and building systems a little bit better, that's what it's there for. So let me get you back to your presentations. There you go. So that's what the solution was. We did a smoke test. It was great, great experience for me. It was just one of those new weird things that kind of got me through a spot. Here's another pop quiz. When you all are walking through properties with your clients, they want to sell a building. If it is raining, that is the day you go look at a building. Do not ever turn down a property tour on a rainy day. Why do we not turn down tours?